c'est le... Because I know who was singing. The honourable member from Timmins, James Bay, is going to lead us in the national anthem today.
Oh, Canada, our home, our native land, true patriot love, in all of us command. Car ton bras c'est pour le pays, il sait porter la croix. Ton histoire est tout épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, que l'on ouvre les portes. Merci beaucoup, Elisabeth, c'est bien gentil. Merci, madame. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while Indigenous people account for just 5% of the population, around half of those incarcerated in federal women's prisons are Indigenous, and my community is no exception. At Grand Valley Institution, the percentage of Indigenous incarcerated folks has even increased by 10% since 2020. It's what makes the work of incredible organizations centering reconciliation in their justice system all the more vital, including the healing of the 7 generations, whose bail, release, and supervision program helps folks break generational trauma and prevent recidivism, as well as community justice initiatives, whose STRIDE program helps incarcerated folks heal and build the community connections that help them be successful after release. My deep thanks to Donna, Kate, and their entire teams for the impact they're having.
The honourable member from Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks back I could safely participate in a Hindu event in Edmonton only with the protection of RCMP officers, as a group of Khalistani protesters staged a disruptive demonstration against me. In Canada, we have long recognized and experienced the serious problem of Khalistani extremism. Let me be clear, the sanctity of Canadian sovereignty is sacrosanct, and any interference by foreign state actors within Canada in any form is unacceptable. Khalistani violent extremism is a Canadian problem, and RCMP has said the National Task Force is focused on investigating it. We know that extremism and terrorism don't recognize and are not limited to national borders. I call on our law enforcement agencies to take this issue with all the seriousness it demands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Montmagny, Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Mr. Speaker, this week is Small and Medium Business Week in Canada. I'm an entrepreneur and very proud of the fact. Proud because I dedicated my life to doing what I like doing the most, which is paying it forward. Entrepreneurs volunteer their time and energies to help one another. One of our entrepreneurs is a person that helped create wealth, jobs, and community infrastructure by paying it forward and creating a better community around them. I salute the hard work of all these small business people who day after day work hard in a constantly changing world with businesses with fewer than 50 workers like mine. These businesses contribute to innovation and to all small businesses. Happy Small Business Week.
Mississauga, East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, I was heartbroken to hear that a dear friend and community member, Mario Nunes, passed away. For over 20 years, Mario was not just a friend, but a radiant example of joy, hard work, steadfast dedication to his family, friends in our community. Mario was a devoted husband to Lisa, a loving father to Melissa, and a cherished grandfather to Daniel. Mario left behind a remarkable legacy in the masonry industry. When it came to getting a job done right, everyone turned to Mario for his unmatched professionalism. Mario's passion and commitment were a source of inspiration to all of us. He was always ready to lend a hand, share a kind word, whether it was capturing moments at Luso charity events, discussing ways to improve the lives of people with disabilities. Mario's spirit will forever remain in the hearts that he touched, and he will profoundly be missed. Rest in peace, my dear friend. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, on this day, October 23rd, a leading figure in regional agriculture is stepping down from his post. After 8 years as president of the UPA in Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, Mario Théberge, a dairy and grain farmer from Normandin, well known and respected by his peers, will leave his place to the next generation who are already ready to follow in his footsteps. Involved in farm unionism for over 30 years, Mario Théberge was elected regional president of the UPA in 2016. The time has come for him to go on his way and pass the torch. One thing's for sure, Mario will be remembered as a team player, a farmer who was deeply involved in his community, always ready to take on a challenge, a president who gave us confidence in the agricultural future of our beautiful region. It's with great pride and a sense of duty accomplished as he bids farewell to his colleagues and hands over the keys to the tractor today. Mario, good luck in your future endeavors, and we look forward to seeing you soon. But above all, thank you for everything.
L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, I was honoured to attend the historic inauguration of Amazon Web Services' brand new Espace Voir Grand at the La Salle Centre in Saint-Michel. This space, which is a first in Canada and a world first in a French-speaking community, will provide our students, teachers, and community members unparalleled access to educational resources related to science, technology, engineering, the arts, and math.
Amazon Web Services and the Centre La Salien, new opportunities through this space will act as an incubator of innovation and will help create researchers and inventors of tomorrow.
I'm extremely proud that Canada's very first Espace Voir Grand is opening its doors in my riding of Saint-Léonard Saint-Michel, and I can't wait to see all that will be accomplished there.
The honourable member from Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the extraordinary achievement of Canadian Para-Olympian Joanne Wong, who proudly brought home a bronze medal from the 2024 Paris Paralympics. As a dedicated and resilient athlete, Joanne has become a symbol of strength and perseverance, both on and off the court. Joanne has inspired countless Canadians with her determination and dedication to sitting volleyball. Last Sunday, she was awarded the key to the city of Pembroke. Her remarkable achievement is not just a testament to her personal drive, but also a shining example of the power of sportsmanship. Joanne's victory in Paris is a victory for all Canadians who believe in pushing boundaries and celebrating excellence. We congratulate her for representing our country with such distinction and thank her for inspiring a new generation of athletes. Please join me in celebrating Joanne Wong and her teammates' accomplishments. Thank you. Joanne.
L'honorable député...
The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with deep sadness that I rise today to pay tribute to Ethel Cote, who passed away on October 16th after a battle with cancer. Her family paid tribute to her, saying that her unwavering commitment to training, listening, supporting, and above all, inspiring everyone she met left an indelible mark on the lives she touched. A pioneer of the social economy and innovation, she founded many organizations, including Mécènes, and contributed to the training and development of nearly 1,000 community organizations. Founding CEO of La Nouvelle Scène and associate professor at the University of French Ontario, she was recognized for her cooperative and innovative approach and her commitment to a more just and caring society. Designated a UN champion of women's economic empowerment in 2015, she was also awarded the Order of Canada, the Order of Ontario, and the Order of the Pléiade, and a Sapphire Award in 2015. A beloved mother and grandmother, she leaves a huge void in the Franco-Ontarian community and far beyond. My sincere condolences to her family and loved ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député d'Outremont.
The honourable member for Outremont.
This morning, the Bank of Canada cut interest rates by 50 basis points, bringing interest rates down to just 3.75%, Mr. Speaker. That's good news for hardworking Canadians. It's going to help families who need to renew their mortgage. It's going to help young people wanting to go out and buy their first home. It's going to give some breathing room to folks who have debts and loans to repay, making things just a bit easier for them. Lower interest rates, it's good news for Canadian entrepreneurs, for businesses of all sizes, whether they have loans or they don't. And I must say, during Small Business Week, no less, it's great news for our small businesses. Now, I'm not saying that everything is perfect here. I know there are Canadians struggling with affordability. I know that there are global economic instability forces at play, but I also know that there is no better place to be than Canada right now.
That's right.
No better place than Canada. And today, things were made just a little bit easier and a little bit better for the good folks living here.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Barrie Springwater, Oro Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 9 years of this Prime Minister, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up. Time is up. Just this week, Barrie Police arrested a repeat offender in possession of stolen goods only hours after being released on bail. In the past 2 weeks alone, this one offender has been charged with theft 6 times. M. Gao, a Barrie resident, recently wrote into Barrie Today to state that they have lived in Barrie since 1967 and no longer feel safe in our community. They do not feel safe going downtown by themselves anymore, especially after dark. This Prime Minister's catch-and-release bail policies have unleashed a wave of violent crime across the country. This Prime Minister boasts about banning the hunting rifles of law-abiding Canadians instead of targeting the gangsters and gun smugglers that are terrorizing our streets. The Toronto Police Association recently fact-checked the Prime Minister and pointed out that shootings are up 45% and gun-related homicides are up 62% in Toronto. Canadians deserve a common-sense Conservative government that will stop the crime and bring home safe streets.
The honourable member from Brampton North.
Today I stand before you with a profound sense of urgency and concern regarding the alarming revelations about foreign interference in our country. The RCMP's statement regarding the investigation into violent criminal activities linked to the government of India has brought light to a harsh reality that Sikh Canadians have long feared. As a member of Parliament representing a vibrant community of people from Sikh and Hindu backgrounds, I recognize the deep ties that bind Canada and India. Yet the chilling evidence presented by the RCMP reveals a betrayal of our shared values. It's unacceptable that foreign agents would operate with impunity on our soil, terrorizing communities and threatening our safety. We have seen extortion, arson, threats, and even loss of life, instilling fear in the South Asian community with the particular targeting of Sikh Canadians. This is unacceptable. Every Canadian deserves to live with safety, free from intimidation and violence, regardless of their beliefs or heritage. Our government has taken significant steps to confront these threats, but we must also stand united as a community, Sikhs and Hindus alike. We cannot allow fear to divide us. We must support one another and advocate for justice, accountability, and the protection of our rights.
The honourable member from Niagara Falls.
Speaker, after 9 years of this NDP Liberal coalition, taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up. Speaker, you have ruled this government has violated a House order to turn over evidence to the RCMP into their latest $400 million green slush fund scandal. The NDP Liberal government's refusal to respect your ruling has paralyzed Parliament, pushing aside all other work to address the doubling of housing costs, food inflation, and the crime and chaos that we see in our streets due to their policies. While Liberal appointees at the SDTC were enriching themselves and their companies with nearly $400 million of Canadians' hard-earned tax dollars, 1 in 7 people in my community of Niagara Falls were visiting our food bank, Project Share, simply to get by. Will the NDP Liberals end their cover-up and provide the order documents to the police so Canadians can have the accountability they so rightly deserve?
Hear, hear.
The honourable member from Kenora.
Taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time is up after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government. Carbon taxes are driving up the cost of all essentials, including gas, groceries, and home heating. Now, according to an article from the Salvation Army, the food bank in Kenora is challenged just to keep stock on their shelves with rising demand, plus food costs that are making it difficult for people to be able to afford to make donations, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the food bank has been forced to reduce the number of visits per month for each guest. And this will only get worse if this costly coalition quadruples the carbon tax, which will cost Ontario families $1,400 per year in carbon tax alone. Plus, the Parliamentary Budget Officer has once again confirmed that Canadians pay more in the tax than they are getting back in rebates. Mr. Speaker, we know that this government and this carbon tax is not worth the cost, and Canadians want to know when they will have a chance for a carbon tax election so they can vote to axe the tax and bring home lower prices.
Yeah.
The honourable member from Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, the recent announcement by the RCMP that agents of the Indian government are involved in serious criminal activity in Canada is deeply troubling. Such actions represent a clear violation of Canada's sovereignty and an attack on the safety of all Canadians, particularly those in the Sikh and South Asian community. We must stand united in condemning these actions in the strongest possible terms. Canada's sovereignty is non-negotiable, and we will not tolerate foreign interference or intimidation. I would like to thank the RCMP and all law enforcement agencies for their tireless efforts in uncovering these serious threats and taking decisive action to protect our communities. The safety of all Canadians, regardless of their heritage or political beliefs, must always be protected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, unhoused women, girls, and gender-diverse people who are unhoused are invisible in our country. Being without a home or being precariously housed can look different for women. Many find temporary shelter in their cars or on a friend's couch. To make matters worse, as the cost of living increases, more people are left out in the cold. To help, we need vital, person-centered, wraparound services and housing. In Nanaimo Ladysmith, Island Crisis Care Society provides these vital supports. I'm so grateful for the incredible work they do, but they cannot do it alone. Life-saving supports are needed. Instead, we've seen federal cuts. The Reaching Home program was slashed a devastating 60% in Nanaimo this year. Many in our communities are doing all they can, but they need support. It is time to see the necessary federal investment and leadership now. Thank you, Mr.
Hear, hear.
Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to offer the Bloc Québécois' full solidarity to Marwa Rizki, member of the National Assembly for Saint-Laurent. Ms. Rizki has had to seek police protection for her family. She's been the target of threats since she brought to light the Islamic excesses at Bedford School and the mistreatment of children. In particular, she's been targeted by Adil Sharkawi, an imam who would already be facing charges for previous hate speech were it not for the religious exception that is still in the criminal code. This House must understand there are consequences to letting people like him continue to spread their hate far and wide. We strongly condemn any intimidation of Ms. Rizki, as we do of all elected officials. Ms. Rizki, thank you for your unwavering commitment to children. Thank you for standing up for secularism and equality between men and women, between our sons and daughters. You deserve a safe and respectful end to your term of office before finally being able to devote yourself entirely to your family.
The honourable member from Dufferin-Caledon.
gun crime up is 116%. The carbon tax will be up to 61 cents a litre. Groceries are up 45% since 2015. And after 9 years of this NDP Liberal government, even Liberal MPs agree taxes are up, costs are up, crime is up, and time's up for this unpopular Liberal Prime Minister. And apparently they confronted this Liberal Prime Minister this morning, but there was one small hitch. They had to get written approval to speak to the Prime Minister. Talk about freedom of speech. While these Liberals are busy fighting amongst themselves, Conservatives are focused on what's important to Canadians. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. As Conservatives, we don't agree with virtually anything that they have done. They are destroying Canada. But what's become increasingly clear is a whole bunch of Liberal MPs agree with us. This Liberal Prime Minister isn't worth the cost, isn't worth the corruption, and it's time to go.
The honourable member from Mississauga East. My apologies. Brampton East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 4 out of the 5 leaders represented in this very chamber have either received their security clearance or are in the process of receiving their security clearance. There's only one party leader in this chamber that chooses to close his eyes and remain oblivious to foreign interference and continues to refuse to get a security clearance, and that is the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. The Conservative leader across the way is hiding something. The question is, what is he hiding, and what exactly is stopping him from getting his clearance at a time when we are facing serious foreign interference in communities across Canada? Yesterday, a motion was presented in this House that calls for all party leaders to take necessary actions to protect Canadians from foreign interference, calls for all federal party leaders to get their appropriate security clearance in the next 30 days. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Conservative members said no to this. When will the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada wake up, get his clearance, and start standing with Canadians against foreign interference?
Questions orales, oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Thank you. Thank you for your support, everyone. Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, more costs, crime, corruption, and now more chaos, with 24 Liberal members of Parliament who want the Prime Minister to step down, even when the Bloc wants to keep this PM in power. Even if Liberals don't have trust in this PM, will they trigger an election so we can repair what he has broken? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal team, just like the Liberal government,
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I want to thank all members of this House for their rousing show of confidence. I have to say, the Liberal Party, as is the Liberal government, totally united on holding the Conservative Party to account for the fact that they want to cut programs, cut services, cut initiatives that will help Canadians grow the economy, keep inflation down, and make sure there's a strong, prosperous future for all Canadians. That's what we're focused on. While Conservatives focus on petty politics, we'll stay focused on delivering for Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. That was a question in French, by the way, Mr. Speaker. 24 Liberal members recognize that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, the corruption, and now the chaos. Finally, today, they needed to muzzle half of these members at the caucus, forcing some of them to go to the bathroom to send text messages to the journalists telling them what's going on at the caucus. The Liberal members know what Canadians have already knew, that the Prime Minister is not worth the cost, the crime, and the corruption. When will the elections be? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives are concerned with division and personal attacks, we're focused on the fact that we have to deliver for Canadians, deliver dental care for seniors, deliver more daycare spots, deliver investments in a greener economy and creating jobs for the future. The Conservatives are offering austerity and cuts. That's not what Canadians need. We need a government to be here to invest in their future, and that's exactly what we're doing, because confident governments invest in their citizens, and that's exactly why our economy is improving so much.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, costs are high. Housing costs have doubled. The national debt has doubled. Housing costs are out of control, and the Parliament is paralyzed with corruption that the Prime Minister is trying to hide from Canadians. And now there are at least 24 Liberal members of Parliament who are saying that the Prime Minister needs to resign. In addition, immigration is out of control. He cannot fix what he's broken while he's facing a rebellion. Can he trigger an election right now? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians clearly see that the Conservative leader is only offering cuts and austerity and empty slogans. They need solutions, and that's why we're putting forth solutions for dental care, investments in a green economy, investments to attract worldwide companies in fintech through electric vehicles, AI, and quantitative technology. We're going to be here to invest in the future of this company and focused on the future, while the Conservatives just want to bring us back to the Stone Age.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, costs up, taxes up, crimes up, and according to 24 Liberal MPs, time is up. This Prime Minister has doubled housing costs, doubled the national debt, given us the worst economy in the G7. He's paralyzed Parliament with a cover-up of corruption, and 2 million people are lined up at food banks, but he cannot fix what he broke because his caucus is revolting. Will he call a carbon tax election today?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, while the Leader of the Opposition is focused on politics, we're focused on delivering for Canadians the things that matter most, whether it's more money in their pockets with the Canada Carbon Rebate, more places at $10 a day childcare right across the country, dental care for seniors and more Canadians of all ages as we move forward to deliver things that are easing pressures on the pocketbooks and building a strong economy for everyone. This is the work that we're doing, that we will continue to do. While the Leader of the Opposition tosses around empty slogans and plays politics, we'll stay focused on the things that matter to Canadians.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
24 Liberal MPs went to his caucus today to tell him that he's not worth the crime, cost, or corruption. They wanted to tell him that he's doubled housing costs, doubled the national debt, sent 2 million people to the food banks, but he wouldn't let them. He silenced half of the dissidents. In fact, some were intimidated so much so that even Rosemary Barton, the Prime Minister's favorite journalist, said people don't have phones in the room and some people are going to the bathroom texting us. Mr. Speaker, will the Prime Minister text those dissident Liberal MPs, tell them to come out of the bathroom and tell the whole world that he's not worth the cost?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, in our caucus, people have always been free to speak their mind and have different perspectives. What is interesting, Mr. Speaker, is nobody in the Conservative Conservative caucus seems to have spoken out when one of their members got an all-expenses-paid trip to an extreme anti-abortion church in Florida. Nobody spoke out. Well, one of the members on their front bench went and dined with white nationalists, far-right German nationalists, and nobody spoke up and is continuing to speak up when their leader refuses to get a security clearance so he can deal with foreign interference.
The chair is, knowing that today is Wednesday, has been relatively tolerant of a lot of calls from both sides of the House. I'm going to ask members, please not take the floor until they are addressed by the Speaker, to do that so that we can hear the questions, we can hear the answers.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I think that it is more honourable to leave all the Liberal troubles to them. But I'll talk about another phenomena: intimidation, corporal punishment, and lack of confidence in science. Is the PM concerned that the situation at Bedford School in Montreal, because of religious intransigence, is concerning? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc leader knows full well that on this side of the House, we respect provincial jurisdiction with respect to education, but we're always going to be here to defend freedom of expression and to defend fundamental freedoms that all Canadians have rights to. And these are freedoms that ensure that we are a free, democratic, and open country with values that are always on the forefront. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I understand that the Prime Minister has his thoughts somewhere else, but is he saying that forced religious education in a school and corporal punishment are freedom of expression of professors? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. No, Mr. Speaker, that's not at all what I've said. I have underscored that administration of schools is under provincial jurisdiction, and we expect the province to take care of its jurisdiction, but we're always going to defend fundamental freedoms of all Canadians, and that includes children who have a right to be educated in a way that reflects our values as Canadians and Quebecers.
The Honourable Member from Burnaby South.
I recognize that the Prime Minister is distracted, but there's a recent survey that's come out that shows that over half of Canadians are having a hard time with the cost of groceries. Now, too many in this chamber are more worried about themselves than kids going to sleep hungry in our country. Why has this Prime Minister refused to take action on painful food prices?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have taken action and will take more action. We move forward on increasing competition rules so that the Competition Bureau can go after people who are and companies that are gouging Canadians, at the same time as we're delivering more supports, whether it's with the National School Food Program that's putting more money in the pockets of families by giving them breaks on their groceries so kids can actually eat healthy foods at schools, or delivering a Canada carbon rebate. Unfortunately, that carbon rebate that puts more money in families' pockets has just seen the NDP pull their support from it, even though it's helping Canadians with affordability, and we will continue to be there to fight climate change.
Then I have the
Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Have you ever been to a grocery store?
People are losing hope.
Order. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît.
Order, please.
I'll invite the honourable member from Burnaby South to start from the top, and let me just encourage the honourable member and all honourable members to make sure that your questions and comments are directed through the chair. The honourable member from Burnaby South.
Has the Prime Minister actually ever been to a grocery store?
People are losing hope. The Angus Reid study shows that over 40% of renters have given up on the dream of owning their own home. The Conservatives cut housing construction in Canada and let 800,000 affordable housing units disappear. The Liberals had 9 years. Why hasn't the Prime Minister repaired that damage? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Both questions the leader of the NDP had. I've actually been to a grocery store with you, Mr. Speaker, in your riding a few years ago in Hull Elmer. And I've been to many grocery stores since.
In terms of housing, Mr. Speaker, we have created a program to invest in housing, affordable housing across our country, with more than $900 million for Quebec, and we continue to invest to ensure affordable housing. While the Conservative Party is just offering cuts in housing programs, we're going to continue to invest to help Canadians with affordable housing. I'd like to assure all members that, yes, the flame market is in my right. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister liked to go grocery shopping together, Mr. Speaker. And if you had, you would know that, of course, food prices have risen 36% faster in Canada than they did in the United States during the last 4 years, and that gap grew in line with the carbon tax. The leader of the NDP apparently likes to shop at Metro, for which his brother's company is the chief lobbyist. So maybe the leader of the NDP can tell us. 24 Liberal MPs have lost confidence in the Prime Minister. Will the leader of the NDP finally vote for a carbon tax election?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, there wasn't a question for the government in that, but let me reiterate that multiple analysts, economists, and the Parliamentary Budget Officer have indicated that lowering inflation has made it easier on Canadians, and the price on pollution that delivers the Canada carbon rebate to Canadians right across the country and puts more money in their pockets is actually helping Canadians with affordability. But if the Leader of the Opposition really wanted to help with affordability, he wouldn't have voted against dental care. Right. He wouldn't have voted against a national school food program that's saving hundreds of dollars a year to parents right across the country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, even Liberal MPs know now, because their constituents keep telling them, that the carbon tax is driving up the cost of food. They wanted to go to caucus today and tell the Prime Minister that Canadians are literally starving, some eating out of dumpsters, because of the carbon tax. But he sent out his immigration minister to attack them, saying that they are, quote, garbage. What's garbage is the Prime Minister's record doubling housing costs, driving up food prices, and forcing people to eat out of dumpsters. Will he stop treating his own MPs and Canadians like garbage?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I think the leader of the Conservative Party shouldn't be bragging that none of his MPs have asked him to get a security clearance so that he can actually protect his party from foreign interference. That none of his MPs have spoken out. That having one of their members go down to Florida on an all-expenses-paid trip by an extreme anti-abortion church is just fine for all of their MPs. And that, quite frankly, none of them have any issue with a member on their front bench dining with a neo-Nazi. Mr. Speaker, I would hope some of his members in his caucus would speak up about some of the problems.
and ask the honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills to please not speak out of turn repeatedly during this question. He's an honourable and very well-respected member. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, who has a lifelong record of racist outbursts, is now coming unglued on the floor of the House of Commons. The question was about the 24 Liberal MPs in his caucus that are trying to speak out against his quadrupling of the carbon tax, not because they care about the cost of living of their constituents, but because they're worried they're going to lose the election. So if the Prime Minister is so confident in quadrupling the carbon tax, why won't he call a carbon tax election now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our price on pollution not only decreases emissions and helps fight climate change, but it grows the economy and investments, and it puts more money in the pockets of middle-class Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, what we've seen from the Parliamentary Budget Officer is that Canada Carbon Rebate puts more money back in the pockets of Canadian families than it costs them in the federal price on pollution. And that is exactly what the Leader of the Opposition wants to cut. He wants to cut affordability for Canadians. He wants to cut the fight against climate change. That's not how you build a strong future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Taxes and housing costs. Now, on that subject, the Prime Minister created a $4 billion so-called housing accelerator that gave hundreds of millions of dollars to big city politicians across the country. Toronto got the money, and construction went down 20%. Winnipeg got the money, construction went down 15%. Vancouver got the money, construction went down 19%. Ottawa got the money, construction went down 10%. Mr. Speaker, when I was the housing minister, we built 194,000 homes. Why won't he follow my common sense example?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The member opposite was Stephen Harper's failed housing minister. He built 6 affordable housing units across the country. So we'll take no lessons from them on housing. They would rather pick fights rather than invest in the kinds of changes that are improving density and zoning, using public lands, accelerating red tape so that people can get more affordable housing built quicker right across the country. It takes actions and investments to build up this country. That's exactly what we're doing in responsible ways. All he's offering is fights with the provinces and municipalities and cuts to services Canadians rely on.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he just accidentally told the truth. He said he's accelerating red tape. He sure is doing that, but he's not accelerating his math lessons. He's always admitted that he's been bad with numbers. I have the documents from Stats Canada's website, that's part of his government, that shows that in 2015, there were 461,000 housing completions, and the average rent was only $973 for a one-bedroom, half of what it is today. Given that I delivered so many affordable homes, why won't the Prime Minister follow my common sense plan to build the homes, not the bureaucracy?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, it says something about the level of confidence the previous Prime Minister had in that member when Stephen Harper used to say the federal government has no responsibility around housing and then asks him to be their housing minister. That's perhaps why he delivered only 6 affordable homes over the course of their years in government. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we have stepped up to invest in densification, in cutting red tape, in creating more housing starts right across the country, working with municipalities and provinces to solve this housing crisis, while all he offers is cuts and breaks to wealthy landlords.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it is this Liberal Prime Minister that said a year ago that the federal government has no responsibility for housing.
Right.
Of course, he said that after he had completed the doubling of housing costs. And then, speaking of housing ministers, he went on to point the guy who had lost track of 1 million people coming into the country, who had allowed a 300% increase in population growth against the warnings about housing from his own department. Tomorrow, the Prime Minister plans to reverse and swallow himself whole on immigration. Will he complete the job by firing his housing minister?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've continued to step up and invest in housing by working with provinces and municipalities right across the country, because of course we know that actions of previous governments of Conservative and Liberal stripes underinvested for many years in housing, which is why we're in the situation we're in, a situation not dissimilar to many advanced democracies around the world. That is exactly why we've stepped up to put money on the table for municipalities as they change their densification rules and zoning laws to accelerate the process of building housing and continue to solve this housing crisis that Canadians are facing from coast to coast to coast.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Sorry, I thought we had one other before me. The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, given the facts that were announced, does he not recognize Ottawa is trying to demolish Quebec's efforts with respect to its values and secularism? It's encouraging division, and it's even more concerning in schools. There's a desire to finance the challenge of Bill 21 on secularism at the Supreme Court, and it is a divisive and serious intrusion. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, we are a government that will always defends the fundamental rights of Canadians, and it's a principle that guides us as a party and also as a country. Yes, we are very concerned by the issue of children who are experiencing suffering that is unacceptable in schools, and that is why we expect the Quebec government to look at this. At the same time, we're always going to defend fundamental freedoms of all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. This ambiguity is very concerning, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister should clearly confirm that regardless of the causes that seem to be justifying this violent and oppressive behavior, an indoctrination of children at schools, it should be condemned. And the attitude of this government, his multiculturalist obsession and a desire to challenge our secularism laws and other institutions that encourage this, is an important danger. The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, I'll even be clearer. In terms of these children at this school, this is absolutely unacceptable. But using exceptional cases like this to attack Quebec's diversity and attack the various cultures that unite our country is also unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. We're always going to defend cultural diversity. We'll always defend well-being at home while we defend the rights and liberties of children every time. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The Prime Minister is admitting that his immigration policies have been totally incompetent. In fact, the ratio of new people to new homes reached its highest level in recorded history last year after his then immigration minister, now housing minister, ignored the warnings of his own department. According to a new Concordia University report, the rent is expected to rise to $7,500 in Vancouver and $5,500 in Toronto if the trajectory continues. Will he reverse course now?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, one of the great advantages of Canada in the world, and of Canadians in the world, is that we continue to be a country that understands that immigration is a source of opportunity and growth and richness for this country. One of the other great advantages we have is we have an immigration system that is able to adjust to different realities. In the years after the pandemic, there was a need for more temporary workers, there was a desire for more international students, and we let more in, working with the provinces and businesses across the country. As we see the situation shift, as the labor market shifts, we're making changes to the immigration system so that we can keep its support.
That's right.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, there's nothing compassionate about it. Inviting people without a place for them to live or health care for them to have or jobs that provide them with paychecks. He has destroyed our immigration system through his own personal incompetence and destroyed a 150-year common sense consensus between Liberals and Conservatives on that subject. He cannot fix what he broke on immigration, housing, or anything else because he's busy fighting his own caucus. Why won't he call a carbon tax election so that we can restore Canada's promise, where anyone who comes here and works hard can have a good life, a safe street, and a warm home?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the work we are focused on is on the middle class and people working hard to join it, and we have delivered over these past years. And in these times of global strife and pressures, that is exactly what we are doubling down on investing in building homes, investing in strengthening our immigration system so that it can match the challenges we're in right now, in moving forward on putting more money in people's pockets, even as we create strong jobs and growth for the future. The Bank of Canada just really reduced interest rates because inflation is now down to low inflation once again. We are managing this country responsibly. We're continuing to invest in its future.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, Canada makes every single one of us a promise. If you work hard, you get a good life. That promise, like everything else after 9 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, is broken. Now, he's broken countless promises, but this one is different. This wasn't his promise to break. It belonged to all of us. Now that he has destroyed the immigration, the housing market, the cost of living, will he call a carbon tax election so that we can bring home Canada's promise?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, we see the Leader of the Opposition pushing a brokenist vision of Canada that is simply not aligned with the reality. Yes, Canadians are struggling like people are all around the world after years of high inflation and disrupted supply chains and global conflicts has weighed heavily on everyone around the world. But Canadians continue to see opportunities. Canadians continue to see investments by a government that believes in them, whether it's investing in green jobs of the future or investing in programs and supports like dental and childcare that make a difference that the Conservatives continue to vote against.
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. Or do we have? Do you have any? No? Je m'excuse. I apologize to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, brokenist. It's not even a word. He's even breaking the English language. Oh my goodness. So he broke the housing market by doubling the costs. He broke the cost of food by jacking up the carbon tax and increasing prices 36% faster than in the United States. He's broken our immigration system. He's breaking the bank with his doubling of the debt. Even his own caucus members think that everything is broken. Why don't we have a carbon tax election to decide?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
While the Leader of the Opposition is focused on exploiting the struggles of Canadians that are very real, he's not offering offering a single solution to support them. He's offering to take away the Canada carbon rebate that is putting more money in their pockets and fighting climate change successfully while it grows the economy. He's offering to cancel the dental care program that has helped close to 1 million Canadians already access dental care. He's planning on canceling the child care that has brought child care costs down to $10 a day in so many parts of the country and created spaces everywhere. He stands against the programs and supports for Canadians, while at the same time he says Canada's broken.
That's right.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
The global community is shocked. This week, Israeli Minister Ben-Gvir called for Gaza to be emptied of Palestinians. He also called for expanding illegal settlements in Gaza. In fact, his colleague, Minister Smotrich, said that starving civilians is justified. Shameful. Enough is enough. What will it take for the Prime Minister to impose severe sanctions on Netanyahu and his extremist ministers?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the violence in the Middle East needs to end. It cannot continue to see civilians killed, innocents wiped out, communities destroyed. We need to make sure there is a ceasefire in Gaza and in Lebanon. We need to see the path once again towards a two-state solution where a peaceful Israel lives alongside a peaceful Palestinian state. That is Canada's position. That continues to be what we fight for every single day, to bring a global consensus together, to protect lives, to get humanitarian aid in, to release hostages, and to end this conflict once and for all.
I'm going to ask again all members, including the member from Hamilton Centre, not to speak out when he does not have the floor. The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
That was an appalling answer, and the Prime Minister needs to sanction Ben-Gvir and Netanyahu.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, 650,000 Albertans don't have a family doctor. In Edmonton, hospital wards are 155% overstocked. But instead of addressing this crisis, Danielle Smith and the Alberta Conservatives are going to Uberize the problem. So enough is enough. Can you tell us, when will Albertans be able to deserve the health care? When will this government finally stand up for public health care in this country?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I agree entirely that Conservative governments across this country have weakened our public health care system, and that is why we are continuing to demand investments in public health care, investments that will create more family doctors, that will reduce wait times. We've put money on the table for provinces willing to step up and actually deliver clear data and results to Canadians. We're going to continue to defend Canada's public health care system from those conservative ideologues and premiers and politicians who want to weaken our healthcare system and not deliver for Canadians.
That's right.
L'honorable député de London West.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents have been working hard to pay their bills as global inflation has driven up the cost of living. The Conservative Party hates it when Canada is actually succeeding, and they continue to gaslight Canadians into thinking that our country is broken. Even though our government has been providing relief to Canadians through dental care, $10 a day child care, free diabetes medication, and much more. Can the Prime Minister update all Canadians today's good news and set the record straight?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for London West for her question and for her hard work. Today, the Bank of Canada announced a big cut to interest rates by 0.5 point, bringing interest rates down to 3.75%. Canada was the first G7 country to cut rates and is now the first to do so for a fourth time. All the Conservative leader has is his little performances because he knows that our responsible economic plan is working.
Right. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
Après 9 ans de ce Premier ministre.
After 9 years of this Liberal government, the cost of housing in Quebec has skyrocketed. In the Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean region, the cost of a house has gone up by 76%. In Trois-Rivières, the cost has gone up by $190,000. And in Drummondville, the cost has gone up by $204,000. That's an increase of 124%. Meanwhile, what has the Prime Minister done? He has broken our system. He has printed billions and billions of dollars, and he's preventing new constructions. Will he do something about these policies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader is using these challenges that are facing Quebecers and all Canadians to feed his own political career, but he's not offering any solution to the problem. That's why we have invested $900 million with the government of Quebec to speed up housing construction. We will continue to work with municipalities and the province of Quebec to ensure that there is more housing, rentals, homes, affordable housing. We will continue to work hard while he picks fights with the mayors of Quebec City and Montreal. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I have already published my common sense plan, which is to offer incentives to municipalities to issue permits, cut red tape, free up lots for construction, and to cut taxes for those who are building housing throughout the country, while also controlling population growth so that it's under the growth in housing supply. That is my common sense plan. Will the Prime Minister let Quebecers choose that common sense plan with an election? The Honourable Prime Minister. We all know that the Leader of the Opposition doesn't care about expert opinion, and it's pretty obvious why. All housing and economic experts have looked at his plan and have said very openly that it is gobbledygook. There is nothing in his plan that will do anything about the housing crisis. Once again, he has just offered empty slogans, not real solutions. Quebecers, like all Canadians, deserve a government that will continue to invest in housing, to invest in their future, instead of simply offering cuts and austerity, which is all that the Conservative leader knows. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Well, the real experts here are people who build housing. Quebec's Builders Association have stated that my plan is the best to get housing built. It will encourage construction. It will encourage municipalities to cut red tape. And on the other hand, we see the results of 9 years of this Liberal government, where the cost of housing has gone up more sharply than in any other G7 country. And it's the second worst in the 36 OECD countries. Will the Prime Minister finally adopt a common sense plan like ours? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this Conservative leader's approach has been to make personal attacks against the mayors of Montreal and Quebec City, insult the intelligence of Quebecers who have elected progressive municipal governments, who are investing in affordable housing, who are investing in a better future. He is simply running around insulting people, trying to score political points. We work hard every day in partnership with municipalities and provinces to deliver concrete results. Housing, economic growth, results for everyone. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canada had to issue an emergency rate cut to salvage a collapsing economy, an economy that has fallen more in the last 5 years than any other G7 country. Our GDP per capita is smaller today than it was a decade ago, while the American has grown by 18%. The gap between the Canada and U.S. per person GDP is now at its worst in a century, leading to homelessness, helplessness, and hunger on the streets. Why won't the Prime Minister call a carbon tax election so that we can fix the economy he broke?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Every now and then, Mr. Speaker, despite all his efforts, we see a little edge of the tinfoil hat peeking out once again from the Leader of the Opposition as he continues his attacks on the Bank of Canada, on the independence of our financial institutions. The reality is, Mr. Speaker, we have worked hard as a government to bring down inflation so that the Bank of Canada can bring down interest rates faster than just about any other country of our peer countries around the world, because we know that bringing down interest rates is what's going to help Canadians, even as we continue to invest in programs like dental and pharmacare and childcare that the Conservatives are voting against and delivering for Canadians.
L'honorable député de Belleuil-Champ.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said that the Bedford school case is a mere isolated anecdote, but it's been going on for 7 years. It's very well documented that there are cases of harassment, bullying, religious indoctrination. Does the Prime Minister know that 3 other schools may be involved? And does he know that some parents are withdrawing their children from schools because they are worried? They are worried about religious indoctrination and children being discouraged from obeying Quebec law. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as a former teacher, I can vouch for the fact that it is essential to protect our children, to protect the values that we care about. For example, freedom. I am very concerned about the reports mentioned by the leader of the Bloc Québécois. And we all expect that the competent authorities, in this case the province, will quickly address the issue to protect children under their care. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, when Adil Shalkawi gets involved in a situation, we know that someone responsible needs to take over. Even though the Prime Minister is pretending to show respect for provincial jurisdiction, well, much good may it do him. Here we see that there has been federal intervention against our secularism legislation, which involves interfering with Quebec jurisdiction. The Bloc Québécois has stated that it should be impossible to spread hate speech on religious grounds. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know that the government of Quebec needs to take up its responsibility in the area of education and protect kids. It needs to ensure that all fundamental freedoms are protected. That's what Quebecers and all Canadians expect as well from the federal government. And that is why we are taking action to protect basic freedoms while also expecting Quebec to do its job to protect children in its schools.
The opposition.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the human misery that Canadians are suffering. There are now 1,400 homeless encampments in Ontario alone. The City of Toronto admits that it's run out of homeless shelter space and will have to turn people out into the snow throughout the forthcoming winter. There's a Facebook group called the Dumpster Diving Network, and people are lined up in the rain for hours for rotten potatoes. Is this the Great Depression?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we've all seen the cozy relationship that the Leader of the Opposition has with a number of Conservative premiers across the country. I would ask him to use his significant influence over those Conservative premiers to ask them to accept the money that the federal government is putting on the table to help with homeless encampments. A month ago, we asked each province and territory to partner with us to help find shelter for those living in encampments. Alberta, Ontario, and Saskatchewan have not yet formally responded to us to end encampments in their respective jurisdictions. I ask the Leader of the Opposition, if he cares about this indeed, to stop playing politics and start out.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The problem with that blame game is that, in fact, the worst homeless encampments are in NDP-governed British Columbia. In fact, what the Prime Minister has done is take the radical socialist policies that led to those encampments and those massive overdose crises nationwide. Take, for example, the drug dens. The Prime Minister continues to push taxpayer-funded opioids on the population, which has led to 47,000 overdose deaths, more than died in the Second World War as Canadians. Will he reverse these policies?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I just have to pause for a moment on the incredible irony of watching the Leader of the Opposition in this House accuse anyone of playing the blame game. He has made his entire career as leader and 20 years as a parliamentarian about playing the blame game. It's about time he started taking responsibility for the members of his caucus and take responsibility for putting forward solutions that will actually help Canadians instead of offering cuts and pointing fingers and empty slogans.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
The NDP Liberal government is acting like, quote, a drug lord. Those are the words of Masha Krupp, a mother who lost her daughter to an overdose. That daughter, Larissa, was given taxpayer-funded opioids. Now her son is addicted to the same government-provided drugs. This radical policy, which this Prime Minister pioneered and expanded with the help of the NDP, has taken thousands of lives. Will he stop acting like, quote, a drug lord and put the money into treatment and recovery?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're using all the tools at our disposal to save lives and keep communities safe for everyone. Meanwhile, Conservatives are choosing to use struggling people as political props to promote fear and spread misinformation. From the very beginning, we've been there to work on an evidence-based, compassionate and public safety approach. We have and always will be there to work with provinces and territories on approaches focused on saving lives and ending this crisis.
L'honorable député de Laval-les-Îles.
The Honourable Member for Laval-les-Îles. Mr. Speaker, the fight against foreign interference is a priority for our government and for Canadians. Canadians deserve leaders who will take all necessary measures to protect them. However, the Conservative leader is simply finding excuses to avoid his responsibilities. He is refusing to get his security clearance. Can the Prime Minister explain why it's important that the Conservative leader step up by getting his top secret clearance?
Le très honorable Premier ministre.
Je remercie le député de Laval.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister, I'd like to thank the member for this important question. It's a question that many Canadians are wondering about, and in fact, many Conservative MPs even are asking themselves this question. The Leader of the Opposition is trying to score points on the matter of foreign interference, and yet he is refusing to get his security clearance at a time when more than ever, all party leaders should take these threats seriously. He is not showing serious leadership. Canadians deserve better. What does the Conservative leader have to hide? Why does he not get his security clearance?
Order. I'm going to ask all members not to take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. I've asked the honourable member from Wellington Halton Hills, who's a very respected member in this House, please not take the floor. Not take the floor. Unless recognized by the Speaker. That goes both ways. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
After 9 years, this NDP Liberal Prime Minister is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. We now know that his deficit this year will be $7 billion, or 20% bigger than his finance minister claimed in the budget only 6 months ago. Where's the money going? Well, we know that $400 million was directed by Liberal appointees to their own companies in what involved 186 conflicts of interest. Now the Prime Minister has paralyzed Parliament for 2 weeks to cover it up and deny police the evidence. Will he hand it over to the cops so that we can put the bad guys in jail and get our money back?
Before I invite the Right Honourable Prime Minister to respond, I'm going to ask the Honourable Member from Timmins James Bay to please not take the floor unless recognized by the Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we just heard very impassioned and understandable outbursts from the member for Wellington Halton Hills, who is concerned about foreign interference and the impact. What is something that worries me is that he can't have confidence that his leader, the leader of the Conservative Party, is actually going to do the work to take foreign interference seriously and get the security clearance necessary to be able to protect the members of his caucus from foreign interference. Why is the leader of the Conservative Party not getting a security clearance?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Because this Prime Minister will not gag me the way he's gagging his 24... He's turned our country into a playground for foreign interference. He's unleashed crime, chaos on our streets, and corruption inside our government. My question, which he's erratically trying to avoid, is why does he keep covering up the criminal evidence in a $400 million green slush fund scandal? Why?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition is about to get up one more time in this House to say some words. I recommend that at this point he choose those words to apply to explaining to Canadians why he will not get the necessary security clearance from our national intelligence agencies to be able to protect not just his party and their institutions and their members, but all Canadians. Any leader who wants to take national security seriously should be able to listen to the information that CSIS wants to share them instead of covering his ears and going la 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 like.
Order. Order. The Honourable Member from Wellington Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you the briefing the Leader of the Opposition will take. He'll take the same kind of briefing the Washington Post got on classified information from the National Security and Intelligence Advisor and the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs. He'll take the same briefing that I got under Section 12.1 of the CSIS Act, threat reduction measures to reduce threats to the security of Canada. He'll take the same classified briefing that the Prime Minister has been all too willing to give to this House when it suits him, such as the classified information he revealed about Mr. Najjar's killing a year ago and other classified information revealed in the last several weeks about India. That's the kind of briefing the Leader of the Opposition will take.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker.
Lakelands, the honourable member from Lakelands.
What about the Minister of Labour?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we just saw an excellent example of the partisan lengths Conservatives will go to try and cover up for the fact that their leader refuses to take national security questions seriously. He has repeatedly refused offers by our national security agencies to give him the necessary clearances to be able to see the scope and breadth of threats to Canadians through foreign interference. He pretends to take issues of national security seriously, but it's only for partisan purposes, not for protecting Canadians. Shame on him.
Order. L'honorable député de la Chine-la-Salle.
The honourable member for Dorval, Lachine-LaSalle.
Mr. Speaker, the public inquiry into foreign interference has made clear that every member of this House has a responsibility to fight against foreign interference in Canada. This is especially true of party leaders. It is imperative that all leaders be equipped with the necessary security clearances and information so that they can make responsible decisions to protect our precious democracy. The Conservative leader refuses to do so. Can the Prime Minister shed light on why it is important to get such clearance? Thank you.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I thank the member for Dorval, Lachine-LaSalle. Canadians should be alarmed by the Conservative leader choosing to ignore risks to his own party and to our country. And his excuses have all been dismissed by nonpartisan national security experts. So if he has nothing to hide, what is he afraid of? Why won't he get his security clearances? Let me put these in terms that I think the Leader of the Opposition might actually understand. He needs to get the clearance, take the briefing, and protect the country.
The honourable member from Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, the U.S. government has fined TD Bank over $3 billion after they pled guilty to money laundering charges. Wow. This case raises serious questions about federal oversight of Canadian banks and undermines our global reputation. Working Canadians have to play by the rules, but when banking executives put profits above the law, this government looks the other way. Exactly. What have the Liberals done to address the repeated criminal actions of TD Bank?
Yeah.
Good question.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We are, of course, very concerned by the actions of TD Bank in the United States. We make sure every single day that banks in Canada behave by following all the rules. We have continued to strengthen financial oversight, and we're making sure that there is full accountability for those responsible for this wrongdoing in the United States.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de Richmond.
The honourable member for Richmond North Athabasca. Mr. Speaker, I have a simple question that just requires a little bit of political action. When someone goes to Tim Hortons and buys half a dozen donuts, they don't have to pay for taxes. But if they instead buy 6 sugar-free health bars, they have to pay taxes. Because of this unfair rule, people are paying more for healthy products, and it also hurts our local businesses. They end up in an unfair fight against multinational companies. Despite many meetings and asking many questions in this House over the last 2 years, Nothing has been done. Will the Prime Minister tell us if he will ask his Minister of Finance to do something about this situation? Please. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member. I'd like to thank him for raising this issue. We have spoken about this issue within our government, and we will continue to study his proposal. It seems like a very common sense one, and we will continue to see if it's a good idea and move forward together. Thank you.
Comme il est 15h26.
As it is 3:27, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Finance. Call on the members.
Judy, are you staying or are you going? Go.
The question is as follows. Mr. Morantz, seconded by Mr. Albus, moved that the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Monday, February 26, 2024, be concurred in. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started. And the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Ng.
Ms. Ng.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Monsieur Leblanc.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Suds.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Monsieur Vandal.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Kara.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bivot.
Madame Bivot.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Madame Petitpas-Taylor.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Ananda Sangari.
Mr. Beach.
Mr. Beach.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mr. Area.
Mr. Area.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss Jones.
Miss Jones.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Bruson.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Vancouverdin.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. Lozon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Miss Dillon.
Miss Dillon.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Nagvi.
Mr. Nakvi.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Seri.
Monsieur Seri.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Cedar Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Miss Hepfner.
Miss Hefner.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Miss Latanzio.
Miss Latanzio.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Van Bynen.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Baines.
Mr. Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Miss Kayabaga.
Miss Kayabaga.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Miss Gainey.
Miss Gainey.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Saint-Clair de Gagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss Idlout.
Miss Idlout.
Mr. Green.
Mr. Green.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Dance.
Miss Dance.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss Cirillo.
Miss Cirillo.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Miss Landsman.
Miss Landsman.
Mr. Halland.
Mr. Halland.
Miss Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Miss Lewis, Alderman Norfolk.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Stewart, Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. McCauley and Minton West.
Mr. McCauley, Minton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp Nyman.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Miss Rude.
Miss Rude.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Genereux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Giovanni.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
Mr. Stewart, Toronto St. Paul's.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 211, 211. Nays contre 117, 117.
I declare the motion carried.
Point of order. I see the honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes is rising, but the honourable member is going to just give me a couple of seconds while we let members leave so that the chair can hear the member's point of order. In the meantime, I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
I wish to inform the House that the volume of the earpieces will now be reset.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes is rising on a point of order.
Speaker, during question period, while the Leader of His Majesty's Loyal Opposition was posing a question through to the Prime Minister, the member for Edmonton Griesbach did use decidedly unparliamentary language, that a phrase that you have in the past ruled as unacceptable, and called on members to apologize or they would not be apologize and withdraw or they would not be recognized. Now, I appreciate it's difficult for you to be able to hear that from your vantage point in the chamber, but I did observe the proceedings verification officer turn and then repeat the phrase word for word that was used by the member for Edmonton Griesbach. So I just ask for you, Speaker, to consult with Hansard, and should you find, in fact, that they did capture this phrase that is unparliamentary and attributed it to the member, that the appropriate remedy be taken. Thanks.
I see that the honourable member from Edmonton Griesbach is rising on his feet.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do want to acknowledge my honourable colleagues' comments, and it should, or if I had said something that was offensive to this chamber, I withdraw and apologize. Thank you very much.
I thank the honourable member for withdrawing that comment and apologizing as well. I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, the government orders will be extended by 12 minutes. Affaires courantes ordinaires.
Routine proceedings, tabling of documents, introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations, presenting reports from committees, introduction of private members' bills.
Seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Designate the Month of October as Hungarian Heritage Month. The motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member from Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to introduce legislation to designate October as Hungarian Heritage Month. By introducing this bill on October 23rd, we honour those Hungarian patriots who fought for freedom, democracy, and human rights in the 1956 Hungarian Revolution. I'm proud that my honorary godfather, Andrei Pinces, was one of these brave people. This bill recognizes the impressive contributions of Hungarian Canadians to our nation's social, economic, academic, and cultural fabric. From the first Hungarian immigrants in the late 19th century to the tens of thousands who arrived after the 1956 uprising, their resilience and achievements have enriched Canada. From business leaders like Peter Monk to Nobel Prize winner John Polanyi to global music star Alanis Morissette, Hungarian Canadians have made their mark in Canada and on the world stage. By designating October as Hungarian Heritage Month, we acknowledge the invaluable role Hungarian Canadians play in shaping our country. I'd like to thank Her Excellency Maria Vassalazar, Hungary's ambassador to Canada, for her assistance with this initiative.
Good job.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Mr. McGregor, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
During this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. First reading of Senate public bills. Ms. Kwan, seconded by Mr. Desjardins, moves that Bill C-235, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, be now read a first time. The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to introduce Bill S-235, an act to amend the Citizenship Act and Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. And I would like to thank my colleague, the member from Edmonton-Guisborough, a determined champion for the rights of a child, for seconding this bill. And of course, retired Senator Mobina Javer and Senator Kim Patey for drafting and guiding it through the Senate in all its stages. Mr. Speaker, on any day, there are an estimated 61,000 children in out-of-home care. Each of these children, like all children, deserves the best care and have the rights of a child respected. Yet we know there are times when the system fails them and they fall through the cracks. While it is the responsibility of the government to apply for citizenship for children in care who came to Canada as minors, yet the government routinely fail to do so. As the children age out at 18, and if they come in conflict with the law, they could face deportation, even though they may not have any connection to the country that they left. Bill S-235 will ensure that children who come to Canada and are in the care system would obtain their Canadian citizenship. Children aging out of care already face far too many extraordinary systemic barriers. I call on all parties in this House to support this bill to protect the rights of some of the most vulnerable children in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Shall this bill be read a second time at the next sitting of the House? Motions. Petitions. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to present Petition E-5014, signed by many residents. The petition asks the government to ask U.S. representatives through the Minister for Foreign Affairs, ask the U.S. to lift the blockade on Cuba and to remove it from the list of terrorist entities, because all of this is preventing the Cuban people from enjoying a full access to human rights. We need to ensure that government entities are not participating in the application of U.S. sanctions against Cuba, and also ensure that the relations between Canada and Quebec and Cuba remain in full respect of values such as self-determination and independence. It is a great honor for me to present this petition. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise virtually today in the House to present a petition on behalf of residents of Saanich Gulf Islands. It is, because I'm presenting virtually, it is petition 130-5233. The petitioners wish to draw the awareness of this House to the public health emergency that is the opioid crisis, and otherwise referred to as an overdose crisis. The British Columbia Public Health Officer has already recognized that this is a public health emergency, as have many municipalities across Canada. The petitioners call on the Government of Canada to recognize this is a national public health emergency, to reframe what sometimes is called an overdose crisis as a health issue and not one involving criminal law and criminal sanctions, and to do whatever is possible through a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to provide life-saving help and policies that support people dealing with mental health and addictions. It is a crisis, Mr. Speaker, and on behalf of these petitioners, I submit this to our government and look forward to their response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Westmount.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
And a vital concern for many of my constituents. That is why I rise today to table petition number 44-1, calling on the Government of Canada to enact the principal concepts of the Climate Aligned Finance Act. I'd like to thank James Murphy and Janet Ledwell from Citizens Climate Lobby for their tireless advocacy on climate action in Canada. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition signed by hundreds of people which reminds us that this House has recognized that Quebec is a nation and that Quebec's current thresholds for family reunification are creating unacceptable barriers for Quebec sponsors. And we are asking for clear direction on the matter of these delays, which may be as high as 38 months for bringing together spouses in Quebec, and noting that this can become a discriminatory measure based on Quebec nationality, and asking for equal treatment to be applied when compared to other Canadian provinces.
The honourable member from London Fanshawe. I'm going to come around to you, brother. I'm going to put you...
Submitted by Canadian firefighters addressing an urgent issue impacting their health and safety. This petition, I'm grateful that it was sponsored by the member for New Westminster Burnaby, but it calls for an immediate action to ban PFAS in firefighter gear and firefighting foam. Often the PFAS are man-made chemicals. They are resistant to heat, water, oil, but that durability comes at a cost to firefighters' health. The PFAS can accumulate in their bodies, and they face higher cancer risks than the general population. Several countries have restricted the use of PFAS, and Canada must follow suit, and that's what the petitioners are demanding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm also rising to table a petition that was submitted by firefighters from Vancouver IAFF Local 18, but this is an issue that affects firefighters from coast to coast to coast, including in my riding of Cowichan and Malahat Langford. This petition addresses an urgent issue impacting the health and safety of firefighters across Canada. It was a petition that was sponsored by my colleague for New Westminster Burnaby, and it calls for immediate action to ban PFAS in firefighting gear and firefighting foam. These substances are man-made chemicals resistant to heat, water, and oil, but their durability comes at a significant cost, as scientific evidence links these substances to severe health risks, including cancer, putting our firefighters who already face hazardous conditions at greater risk. Mr. Speaker, research shows that PFAS can accumulate in the body, leading to serious health issues. Alarmingly, firefighters face a higher cancer risk than the general population. We must mitigate these risks by regulating what we can control in their working conditions. Several countries have restricted PFAS use. Canada must follow suit. Our firefighters deserve gear free from toxic chemicals. This is what the petitioners are asking for, and I hope the government respects their wishes.
Petitions. The honourable member from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, especially before the member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon. I suppose it's age before beauty in this case. Mr. Speaker, I do rise to table a petition from 102 people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou. And what they're requesting is an increase to OAS payments. They are of the view that a livable pension must be above the poverty line of $25,252 per year, and they request assistance in passing legislation as soon as possible. And this petition is directed to the Honourable Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Last not but least, the honourable member from Mission Matsqui, Fraser Canyon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of Canadians who are concerned with the limitations in accessing emergency services such as 911. People in crisis and their family members should be able to access help regardless of their location or means of communication. Presently, only the province of Nova Scotia and the cities of Ottawa, Waterloo, and Calgary have the capabilities to transfer 911 calls elsewhere in Canada. Next generation 911 technologies will allow people to send text messages as well as enable operators to transfer 911 calls between jurisdictions. The petitioners call on the government to work with CRTC as well as provincial, territorial, and municipal governments to implement NG 911 technology rapidly and with a set timeline. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member, the ultimate member from Dauphin's Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's always an honor to present a petition on behalf of constituents. Mr. Speaker, I rise for the 52nd time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The community of Swan River is alarmed by extreme levels of crime caused by this Liberal government's soft on crime laws like Bill C-5 and C-75. Bill C-75 allows violent repeat offenders to be in jail in the morning and back on their communities in the evening, and Bill C-5 allows criminals to serve their sentences from home. It's no surprise that after 9 years of this Liberal government, Statistics Canada reports violent crime has risen by 50%. The people of Swan River see crime in their streets every day, and that's why they're calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
I would just like to I thank all members for their petitions. I'd like to remind members it's important to summarize the contents of the petition, and of course it's common practice in this House not to indicate one's support or disfavor of the petition, but merely present it in the House. Point noted, but my point was to share that with all members. Petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Notice of motions for the productions of papers. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons is still on his feet.
Yes. Once again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Request for emergency debate. The Honourable Member from Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to request an emergency debate in this chamber consistent to emergency debates that have been taking place with regards to the subject matter, the trade route on the Windsor-Detroit corridor. In less than 1 week, on October 29th, the Government of Canada, with less intervention, will permit hazardous waste materials of Class 3 and Class 8 across the private-owned American American-owned Ambassador Bridge. This is detrimental to our economy, as basically 24% of the national trade between Canada and the United States takes place on this bridge. It has the drinking water of over millions of people, and it has the largest fresh water supply in the world, an ecosystem that is right on our doorstep. This material, which includes battery components, battery fluid, hydraulic acid, and other things, will cross over a 90-year-plus bridge, which is going to cost us, with regards to traffic management, also ecosystem difficulty. In fact, Mr. Speaker, it was cleared by the Michigan Department of Transportation after they did thorough investigation on their side about the routing, but that has never been done on the Canadian side. In fact, the Government of Canada, the Province of Ontario, did not even make a submission at this in terms of their negligence. The City of Windsor has opposed this. The City of Windsor Fire Department Rescue. Many different individuals on the U.S. side have also opposed this. None of them have done any of this work, and there is currently no plan in place to deal with the spill or the materials that could get into our drinking water and also cause a backup, a delay in traffic. And this chamber was seized with the blockade of 2022 of this route because it cost billions of dollars to the Canadian economy. In fact, in Sarnia just a month ago, a small leakage where they could clean it up properly because it is facilitated through a process to do it properly, shut down that bridge for several hours. That's hundreds of millions of dollars in the Canadian economy would take place. But not only that, Mr. Speaker, is we do not even have the fire and rescue services plan yet to deal with those issues, and so we can't even use some of the proper techniques necessary because there is no plan. Further to that, the CBSA union and the CIU, which has been an oversight of this, have not even been trained or notified by this government with regards to the issue in itself. So there is no protocol that's in place, and the City of Windsor is scrambling to deal with this. There has been no public hearings. There is no consultation with Indigenous communities that I'm aware of, and the potential dangers of explosions and accidents of this are expanded because the small bridge capacity on the plazas is something that actually will create further problems that won't be able to be addressed with. The Windsor-Detroit ferry service operation has been opposed to this. It closed just recently. For over 30 years, they actually crossed the material in a safe way with a perfect record, and only been recently through lobbying in the United States did this change take place for the Michigan Department of Transportation. And this is what's odd, is we have ceded, Mr. Speaker, our sovereignty to the Michigan Department of Transportation, where the province of Ontario and the government of Canada have not even made representations to this. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they have stood down on this. There is a number of different issues that have taken place on this bridge in the past. In fact, we actually had to bring in a law in this country called the International Bridge and Tunnel Act because the private property before that was something that we couldn't even deal with because we had no laws in this country to deal with. But because of the behavior and the management of the Ambassador Bridge, a new law was crafted and created in Canada. In summary, Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure that we have a chance in Parliament to discuss this issue, because if we do not act right now, the routes of those vehicles are changing and are going to go into a densely urban area on the Detroit side and the Windsor side. But also, too, is we do not have any plan in place to date to deal with this issue. And if there is a problem, then the consequence of the economy will be significant. Again, this is a 90-plus-year-old structure that will have corrosive materials expanded onto its system that even could cause permanent damage. And even basic questions in terms of firefighting training has not even been provided right now. There is no plan or support for that. There's been no containment or environmental concern plan that's been developed from the federal government or the provincial government. We are, again, on a fuel-specific risk that actually could expand the complications for it, and we don't even know if the Ambassador Bridge has provided the proper economic impact assessment for their insurance. So I conclude, Mr. Speaker, by asking for this to be looked at immediately tonight, because the Government of Canada has to act. If we do not act right now, American private billionaire and the Michigan Department of Transportation is going to determine the fate of the international crossing that crosses not only Detroit, Michigan, but from Montreal all the way to Florida with regards to trade and traffic of 25% of Canadians' economy, but also the drinking water of millions of people in an ecosystem that is very fragile. This has been denied on this 90-plus-year-old bridge to this date. In a matter of months within this year, or just soon after, a process is in place where the Gordie Howe International Bridge will open up with the best standards for containment and capture and design for that, similar to Sarnia, which had this in place. So it's very suspicious that after all these decades of denying them the access to have these type of capabilities on the bridge is being provided when the solution is right in front of us. And for those reasons, with the looming deadline and having no plans whatsoever in place, not even the union on workers have been trained on this, or the fire department in the City of Windsor on this issue, why would we change it right now, whereas we have a safe crossing solutions in Sarnia at the moment? We'll have the Gordie Howe Bridge open very soon. But this chamber needs to discuss this because so much of our economy and ecosystems are at risk, and it is a very unique one that could permanently be damaged. And I can tell you the risk factors are so significant that the history of our crossing, being that of the freedom of the Underground Railroad, will be then disgraced by the fact that if an accident happens, it will be the pollution of one of the most magnificent pieces of fresh water in the world and one of the strongest economic links to our #1 trading partner.
I thank the honourable member from Windsor West for his genuine intervention. However, I am not satisfied that this request for emergency debate meets the requirements of the standing orders. Resuming debate. Orders of the day, rather.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, resuming consideration on a motion of privilege on the failure to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada and on the sub-amendment standing in the name of Mr. Muse.
Resuming debate, the honourable member from Battlefords, Lloydminster, has 20 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For weeks now, the regular business of this chamber has been put on hold because of this Liberal government's refusal to produce the documents ordered by the House. Parliament is in fact seized with this issue. We are unable to get back to regular business of this place, whether it is the doubling of housing costs, Liberal food inflation, or the crime and chaos that is in our streets. There are many pressing issues that deserve the attention of this House. But this privilege motion must be dealt with. We must ensure that Parliament has the powers necessary to hold the government to account. Now, to be clear, the Liberal government themselves have the power to bring this debate to an end. They could today choose to simply comply with the production order that was adopted by this House. The Liberals could today choose to affirm the collective parliamentary privileges of this chamber, but instead they continue to dig their heels into the sand. This Liberal government is more preoccupied with the protection of those involved in the Sustainable Development Technology Canada Green Slush Fund than they are with ensuring the integrity of this institution and the health of our democracy. Parliamentary privileges are vital to the proper functioning of Parliament. These privileges ensure that the House and its members are protected from undue interference so that we can hold the government to account. That includes the collective privilege of the House of Commons to order and compel the productions of documents that it deems necessary to carry out its duties. The Conservative motion adopted this past spring ordering the production of documents relating to the Green Slush Fund does exactly that. The motion requests documents that are necessary to hold the government to account for its abuse and misuse of tax dollars through the Green Slush Fund. The receipt of these documents will allow Parliament to provide proper scrutiny of the government's program and the government's spending. But the Liberal government's refusal to provide the documents obstructs our collective ability to hold them to full account. The Chair's finding in this question of privilege is clear. The motion ordering the production of documents was adopted by this House. The request itself was clear, and the government has not complied with it. The redaction of certain documents, and in other cases, the outright refusal to provide documents, is just simply unacceptable. The withholding of this evidence is a breach of this House's parliamentary privilege. And the impact of this failure to comply with the production order is not to be underestimated. Its impact goes beyond just this particular issue. This Liberal government's actions are once again eroding the public confidence in this institution. The corruption that has been exposed in the SDTC Green Slush Fund is shocking, and itself chips away at public trust in the government. But if there is no real accountability for those involved in the corruption, that is a massive hit to the confidence of Canadians in the checks and the balances of this public institution. Trust in our public institutions is a fundamental pillar to a healthy democracy. The erosion of trust in our Canadian Parliament should not be taken lightly by any member of this House. Distrust in this institution breeds division. It feeds cynicism and apathy. And it is ultimately a threat to our democracy. So while the Liberal government continues to stand in this place telling us to simply just move on, we cannot move on. We have a duty to Canadians to safeguard this institution, a duty to ensure that the privileges of this House are not violated by a government with something to hide, and to ensure those who brazenly misuse and abuse Canadian taxpayer dollars are held to account. We, as members of Parliament, have a duty to fight back against the erosion of trust that is being fueled by this Liberal government's obstructive tactics. Accountability and transparency are the remedy to the distrust that has been sown by this government. That is why common sense Conservatives continue to stand firm with our demands. We have a responsibility to Canadians and to the constituents who had elected us to this place. The corruption that run rampant in the SDTC cannot go unchecked. The evidence related to the Green Slush Fund must be handed in so that a criminal investigation can be conducted. Those who knowingly and intentionally stole or misused public funds must be held to account. The Auditor General's report on the SDTC is incredibly damning. In fact, when you read the Auditor General's report, there is no question that the SDTC became a slush fund for Liberal insiders. SDTC awarded money to ineligible projects. These projects clearly did not meet the goals or objectives of the program, and yet they were still handed taxpayer funds. In total, at least $59 million went to these projects that were not even allowed to receive money. And according to the Auditor General, no steps were taken to recover funds that were used for ineligible projects. It is clear that it is ultimately a failure on the Liberal Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, who did not sufficiently monitor these contracts. The minister failed Canadian taxpayers by not ensuring that public dollars were being used appropriately. But, Madam Speaker, ineligible projects is just the tip of the iceberg in this scandal. In addition to funding ineligible projects, the Auditor General identified 186 cases of the SDTC Board of Directors violating the Conflict of Interest Act, and that in 90 cases, they directly violated their own conflict of interest policies. Conflicts of interest that were identified using the SDTC's own records. That is public funds that were awarded to Liberal insiders. Case after case of connected Liberals getting ahead using taxpayer dollars. And in some of these cases, projects received funding despite both being ineligible for funding and tied to a conflict of interest. That means that Liberal insiders were awarding themselves or their friends taxpayer funds for projects that they should, by all accounts, know that they were ineligible for funding. Let's not forget that even the chair of the SDTC Green Slush Fund, who was handpicked by the Prime Minister and this Liberal government, awarded $217,000 to her own company. The chair of the fund awarded her company these funds even though the Canada Foundation for Sustainable Development Technology Act clearly states that no director shall profit or gain any income or acquire any property from the foundation or its activities. Conflict of interest policies and directives are necessary to protect the interest of Canadian taxpayers. But the SDTC Green Slush Fund did not follow the Conflict of Interest Act or even its own conflict of interest policies. The complete disregard for established conflict of interest practices calls into question all of the decisions that were made by SDTC. And yet, this Liberal government allowed the continued misuse of taxpayers' dollars to go on. The Auditor General was very clear in her findings that the blame for this scandal lies at the feet of the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry. The minister failed to ensure that this billion-dollar fund had the oversight necessary to ensure the good stewardship of public funds. While the minister seems comfortable to allow this corruption to go on with no accountability, common sense Conservatives are not. The corruption at the Liberals' SDTC Green Slush Fund is evident and just cannot be swept under the rug. That is why the House adopted the Conservative motion on June 10th ordering the production of documents in relation to the Liberals' SDTC Green Slush Fund. Those documents contain evidence of the corruption at the fund. It is the evidence that should be handed over so there could be a criminal investigation. Those documents were supposed to be received within 14 days of the passage of that motion. It is now more than 4 months after the adoption of that motion, and the evidence has not been turned in. This is a violation of a House order. It is a breach of parliamentary privilege, and yet still, after weeks of this House being seized with this issue, the Liberal government does not want to hand it over. They would rather grind Parliament to a halt than hand over the evidence. Madam Speaker, we already know that $400 million taxpayer dollars were misused on projects that were ineligible or tied to conflicts of interest. So the question then becomes, what more are they hiding? What is buried in that evidence that they are so desperate to hide? What is more damning than what has already been revealed? Or then the question is, who in those benches are they trying to protect? If this government has nothing to hide, then it would only make sense to bring everything to light and ensure that those responsible are held accountable. But by not ensuring the production of documents requested, this Liberal government is actively covering up the evidence. What is truly shameful, Madam Speaker, is this is not this Liberal government's first breach of parliamentary privilege in an attempt to cover up at their failed governance. The Winnipeg Lab cover-up is yet another example. This Prime Minister was so desperate to keep the Winnipeg Lab documents hidden. He fought tooth and nail to cover up the details surrounding the People's Republic of China's ability to penetrate our nation's maximum security lab. He was so desperate to keep hidden evidence that scientists secretly collaborated with the PRC's top military scientists. This breach posed a threat to Canada and our allies. But the Prime Minister's primary preoccupation was to keep hidden the details of this massive national security failure. The Liberal government went so far as to defy 4 parliamentary orders and took out the former House of Commons Speaker to court. Then, of course, we all know in this place that the Prime Minister ultimately called a snap election to wipe the decks clean. Parliamentary privileges exist to ensure that members of Parliament can carry out their duty to hold the government to account. The Prime Minister is once again trying to cover things up, and we cannot allow this latest breach of parliamentary privilege to go unchecked. Quite frankly, Canadians cannot afford for this Prime Minister and his corruption to go unchecked. It is absolutely disgusting that while Canadians across the country are struggling to feed, heat, and house themselves, this Prime Minister and his government allowed $400 million taxpayer dollars to be wasted or stolen by well-connected Liberals. This corruption is a slap in the face to every hard-working Canadian that is bringing a paycheck home and still struggling to put food on the table. Because after 9 years in office, that is the record of this NDP Liberal government. Over 9 million Canadians are experiencing food insecurity. Food insecurity has increased 111% under their watch. That means that 9 million Canadians do not know where their next meal is coming from. Food Banks Canada reported that almost 50% of Canadians feel financially worse off than last year, and that 25% of Canadians are experiencing food insecurity. And across the country, food banks have seen a 50% increase in visits since 2021. That is the result of this NDP Liberal government's failed policies. Failed policies like the costly and punishing carbon tax that they continue to double down on. The carbon tax is adding to the input costs of groceries at every single point in the supply chain. It's taxing the farmers, the processors, the shippers, and the grocers. At the end of the day, those costs are passed on to Canadians at the grocery stores. But of course, it's more than just groceries. The punishing carbon tax is increasing the cost of everything. It is adding to the cost of basic necessities like fuel, food, and home heating. And in the midst of this affordability crisis and record inflation, this Prime Minister and his NDP coalition partners have repeatedly voted to hike the carbon tax. And they remain hell-bent on quadrupling it. Canadians are facing financial hardship because of this Prime Minister's taxes and his inflationary deficits. The Prime Minister's reckless deficits pushed inflation to its highest level in 40 years and drove up interest and mortgage rates. The Prime Minister's inflation has eroded the paychecks of Canadians. But not all Canadians are impacted the same. The PBO has confirmed that lower-income Canadians are disproportionately impacted. The paychecks of Canadians cannot even afford the lifestyle they had just a few years ago. That is because paychecks cannot keep up with the skyrocketing costs of food, shelter, and transportation. But while low-income Canadians struggle to stretch their paychecks, the wealthiest Canadians have seen their wealth grow. That means that the Prime Minister's inflationary deficits and taxes have resulted in a wealth transfer to the wealthiest Canadians. This Prime Minister is causing financial misery for Canadians who can afford it the least. And at the same time, the Prime Minister and the Liberal government are allowing public funds to be spent unchecked. That is unacceptable. It is ethically and morally objectionable. This Liberal government's deficits year over year is fueling inflation. And that is $400 million of misused funds that is adding fuel to the fire, fuel that is making it harder for Canadians to make ends meet, not to mention the countless better uses of those dollars. This cover-up must come to an end. Canadians must get the accountability and transparency that they deserve. This Liberal government's repeated breaches of parliamentary privilege, ethics violations, and corruption scandals have broken the trust and confidence of Canadians in this institution. It is further weakened when Canadians continue to see their financial situation deteriorate while well-connected Liberal insiders get rewarded. Trust in our public institution is built on transparency and accountability. Ending the cover-up will help take steps towards restoring that trust and strengthening the resilience of our democracy. The amended motion that we are considering today lays out clear instructions for the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. It's already clear that the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry failed to protect the misuse of taxpayer dollars. And if this Liberal government is going to continue to impede the release of evidence, then it is vital that this issue be given the fulsome and careful consideration that it requires, because the stakes are high. And this Liberal government's dismissive attitude is not treating this issue with the seriousness that it deserves. Their continued fight against transparency and avoidance of accountability threatens the health of our democracy. The Liberal government must hand over the unredacted evidence and the Prime Minister must end the cover-up so that Parliament can get back to regular business. Thank you.
Before I go to Q's and A's, alors, conformément à la pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is. I would like to let the House know the topics for adjournment.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge, Finance, and the Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York, Foreign Affairs. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the member started off by talking about trust in Parliament. All she needs to do is to look at her own leader, the leader of the Conservative Party today. When he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, Canada's only Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, that was held in contempt of Parliament. The only one in the history of Canada, not to mention the Commonwealth. And then we see the games continue with the leader of the Conservative Party. When in fact we have the serious issue of foreign interference, we have the only leader inside the House of Commons that continuously refuses to get the security clearance that's necessary. It begs the question, why? Is there something that Canadians should know about the leader of the Conservative Party that he's not telling them that would disqualify him, Madam Speaker? That is a legitimate question. And the question I have for the member across the way, why does she believe that the leader of the Conservative Party does not have the courage to go out and get that security clearance? Is it because of his...
I want to remind honourable members that unless they are recognized, that they are not to contribute to the conversation until they are recognized. The honourable member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. When I was preparing the remarks that I was going to say today, it got me reflecting on my time in this place. And when I asked my very first question, which is a privilege for each and every one of us in this place when we're first elected here, it was regarding an illegal trip that the Prime Minister received. And so there's this trend with the Prime Minister, the leader of the Liberal Party, where he thinks he's above the law. At the end of the day, just through you, Madam Speaker, to the member, can he just encourage his leadership to hand over the documents?
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. For roughly a month now, the House has been seized with this question of privilege, and the government is stubborn and not wanting to give the documents to the House. At the same time, we don't feel that the government is in a rush to get back to the regular work of presenting bills and moving them forward. They preferred not to take action and to leave the debate continue in this manner. My question is that, based on my intuition, it almost is in the government's favor that we're not studying bills, because this government is tired, has no more ideas, and we don't feel that they're want to do urgent action and have debate. What does my colleague think of this? The honourable member for Battleford Lloydminster.
And through you to my colleague for that question, absolutely this government is tired and out of ideas. That's why they've even prorogued Parliament not that long ago, right? And you know what? We could say the government is stubborn. I might say the government could be corrupt. We are not seeing willingly. There is no willingness to just hand over the documents that has been asked of. So, yeah, the NDP Liberal government, tired, out of ideas, and corrupt. Just hand over the documents.
Questions and comments.
Windsor West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Speaking of prorogued, I was here with Stephen Harper's prorogued government. And also, interestingly enough, when we talk about trade with China, it was Stephen Harper that actually tried to get subsidized Canadian oil into China to knock out our manufacturing companies in Ontario and other places across the country by subsidizing and reducing that and giving them a leg up against Canadian companies. But that's for another story. I guess what I'd like to know from the member is other Conservative ministers over the years and their controversies were also involved with the STTC and the appointment of board and officials, including Annette Verschuren and so forth. A good example is Maxime Bernier. Should we call him He was the one who had the girlfriend linked to organized crime and left classified documents in our apartment.
Right.
Then there's Tony Clement and the $50 million for the G8 summit with the fake lake. You might remember the fake lake where they built that and the gazebos and his riding and so forth. And then there was some other online stuff. I won't get into that. Then we even have James Moore, and I was really interested in this one because the member talked about child poverty and so forth and food banks. And James Moore said this: "Is it my job to feed my neighbor's child? I don't think so." So those are the Conservative members and ministers that served on our SDTC. Maybe we should bring them here too.
Absolutely. I have a point of order. The honour for Calgary Centre.
I was just wondering how long you're going to let the member give a speech in the middle of when he should be asking a question, Madam Speaker.
It's questions and comments. I'm sure that the honourable member has been here for long enough to understand that. The honourable member had about a minute to ask, and he was within his time frame. The honourable member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, we do know that the Auditor General gave SDDC a clean bill of health in 2017, and it was only after the Prime Minister handpicked the Liberal board that the board members that were appointed did the fund start giving themselves money and companies that they owned money. But my question is, whose side is the NDP on? Is the NDP not telling the Liberals just give the documents, release the documents so that this could be put to an end?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a question for my colleague because it's all in the instances of this House of Commons, this Parliament has been here for 3 years now. We've got hopefully just another year to put up with this government, and hopefully it ends sooner than that, quite frankly, because it has been a litany of what we deem to be corruption. We're trying to get it to the police. Can my colleague from Saskatchewan please give us some relative terms as far as any other government in Canadian history that has transgressed the notions of democracy we have in this House of Commons more than this current government?
The honourable member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleague, thank you for that question. Well, we do know that this Prime Minister is the only one to have ethics violations over and over and over again, and it seems like the corruption, the withholding of documents, again, I spoke about this in my remarks with the Winnipeg Lab. I mean, he had gone so far as to call a snap election in the middle of a pandemic when he was telling everybody to stay home. Like, it's baffling. Again, this government just needs to hand over the documents so that we can move on with the regular business of this place.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I believe I could have given a better answer to the question that was just asked. All one needed to do is take a look at Stephen Harper. And page 1 of one document, a PMO tried to Senate hush money for a scandal. Harper found in contempt of Parliament against court order refusal to share budget information. Conservative cabinet staffers granted immunity from testimony. Conservatives falsify reports and documents. Madam Speaker, this is a huge document of abuse of a power.
Not to point to a document that he might be holding because it's considered a prop. He can reference information in a document but not point to it. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, anyway, it's a list of a litany of things in which there was abuse of power, corruption, you name it. It's all there, Madam Speaker, and it's a long list. And that was just Stephen Harper. Now, the problem is that when Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, the current leader of the Conservative Party was his parliamentary secretary, sat around the cabinet. So I would suggest to you, Madam Speaker, that what we witness him today in terms of when he says he does not want to get the security clearance, unlike every other leader in the House of Commons, that it is a false argument, that he is hiding something. And Canadians have a right to know why it is that the leader of the Conservative Party refuses to get that national security clearance. Why? Canadians have a right to know that. Why won't the Conservatives come clean? What are they hiding?
The honourable member for Battlefords Lloydminster.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're not hiding anything. Definitely not hiding anything. But I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that member gets up an awful lot to defend the corruption of this Prime Minister and his cabinet. How come this member isn't encouraging his leadership to release the names? What is he hiding? What are they hiding on that side?
Thank you.
We have time for a brief question. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Niget-Témiscouata-Basque. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I like seeing parliamentarians that ask for transparency and denounce corruption. When her party was in power, there was corruption at the Conservative Party. We remember the $50 million that Tony Clement, the former minister, brought to his riding. Quebecers often say they remember. So I'd like to my colleague to explain today, with the disastrous track record of corruption under the Conservative Party, how can the Quebecers trust that party? The honourable member. Quick answer, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to my colleague for that question. We, as I said at the beginning of my remarks, there was a motion that passed in June. 14 days these documents were supposed to be brought forward. It's been 4 months. There has been no movement. Not everything has been brought forward. Things have been redacted. Some departments have said, we don't need to do that. We're not even a part of the government. Why aren't the Liberals just encouraging their leadership to bring forward the documents unredacted?
Resuming debate, the honour for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's always an absolute honour to rise in this chamber. I want to thank my colleague from Saskatchewan for her great intervention. I think this is a topic that is very important to all of us. When I was elected over a year and a half ago, I made a promise to my constituents, to those that put their trust in me, that every single day we will fight for their best interest. We will fight for their rights, because at the end of the day, we are public servants that work for the people that put us in this seat. This seat that we sit on, we are just trustees holding that seat for over 100,000 constituents. They put their faith in us. They put their trust in us. They know that we will always have their best interest at heart. And when we take that oath, whether it's here in the chamber, whether it's in the different departments, in the government, wherever you go, it is your job to fight for your constituents. And sadly, over the last 9 years, we have seen a pattern of entitlement, a pattern of corruption, a pattern where they just don't care. And we have seen the reckless path. You know, this scandal that we're discussing today, this corruption scandal that we're discussing today, is just one example of their long history of corruption. And they think they know better than everyone else. They think that they could get away with this corruption. But enough is enough, because when we go back to our ridings, when I was knocking doors this past weekend in my riding, Canadians are concerned. They're asking about this. They're asking why this government keeps lining the pockets of their own insiders. And they've seen this story over and over and over again. And the list is a very long list, and I do want to share a little bit of history of this government. You know, we all remember in 2016, you know, the Cash for Access fundraisers that the Prime Minister was hosting. He wanted to get donations for his party, so certain Liberal insiders, certain lobbyists can access the government. So only a select few, his friends, people that support the Liberal Party's agenda, get access to him. But the last time I remember, the Prime Minister means first servant. He is for everyone, for all Canadians, equally. You know, we saw the 2017 AgaCon scandal, you know, where the Prime Minister accepted a family vacation. You know, again, for the first time in Prime Minister history, he had violated a conflict of interest and was found in violation of Sections 4 of the Act. But he just brushed it off. He said, you know what? He's a personal friend. A personal friend is a billionaire. Well, Canadians don't have that option, Madam Speaker. You know, they don't have friends with private islands giving them free vacations. You know, we saw in 2019 the SNC-Lavalin scandal, the briberies, the pressure from this Prime Minister that he even pushed senior cabinet ministers out because they wouldn't listen to the Prime Minister. Jody Wilson-Raybould was one victim, one casualty, that the Prime Minister didn't even care. He didn't even hesitate to kick her out of caucus. Why? Because of his own personal gain. He wants it his way. Again, it comes back to the point I mentioned earlier. It's about entitlement. They think they know better. They think that they deserve better. It's always about them. And then we can't forget, in 2020, the We Charity scandal. A scandal that was all over the news. It was in the media. It was talked about in the communities, where they handed out a single-sourced contract. Single-sourced. Not open to other tendering, but a single-sourced for $912 million, Madam Speaker. $912 million to a charity that we all know has strong ties to the Prime Minister's family. They paid for all expenses for different ministers who took trips, spoke at their events. They broke ethics law. We remember the former finance minister, who the Liberals call now a random Liberal, who was forced to resign with that scandal. Again, it comes back to that core trust that Canadians put in us. We will not act on our own best interest, but that of Canadians. You know, one of the latest scandals that we saw was the Arrive scam app. I've spoken about it in Parliament before as well. You know, we had an app that should have costed only $80,000, Madam Speaker. $80,000. How much did it end up costing Canadians? At least $60 million, and every single day we're hearing more still coming from that scandal. It was an app that didn't work, that wrongfully sent 10,000 Canadians to quarantine, away from their jobs, away from their families, sometimes paying out-of-pocket expenses to go live in a hotel, and for an app that didn't work, Madam Speaker. But they gave a contract to their insiders. You know, there's allegations of identity theft with that scandal. Fraudulent and forged resumes. There was no checks and balance when it came to handing these contracts out. You know, even a small business owner knows, you know, when you're hiring someone, that you do some due diligence yourself. This was for millions and millions of dollars, Madam Speaker. You know, we saw, you know, contractual theft. We saw price fixing and collusion in this scandal. Can you imagine if this was happening at a private sector corporation, what they would do to the CEO, to the executives? They'd be fired, Madam Speaker. They'd be fired and they'd be criminally charged for this kind of behavior. But again, nope, the Prime Minister doesn't care. He continues to enable this behavior. You know, we saw even as senior bureaucrats that were part of these scandals. And in 2023, we saw another scandal. I know, I'm sorry, the list is so long. I could be here all day. My whole 20 minutes could be spent on just listing all the scandals. I actually had to shorten these down to try and fit as many as I can today. In 2023, the McKinsey contracts. How much? $209 million, Madam Speaker. Contracts to McKinsey and Company without proper and adequate oversight. Many of these contracts, again, not competitive. Given to their insider friends. The point I'm trying to make here is that it's a pattern. This isn't the first time. And if they stay in power, this won't be the last time, Madam Speaker. Past behavior predicts future behavior. In 2023, the Liberal government also, they try to appoint people in their own departments, in their own independent bodies that are supposed to oversee some of this stuff. In 2023, the Liberal government appointed Martine Richard. Guess who she was? She was the Public Safety Minister's sister-in-law as the Ethics Commissioner. What a way to, stop your corruption is just put your own family in to investigate the corruption that you're having in our parliament. Have your own family oversee that problem and that crisis. What do you think is going to come out of that, Madam Speaker? Nothing. And thankfully, she didn't end up in that position because that would have been another conflict of interest. How many times is this going to keep on happening? Where they continue to break the trust of Canadians. It is a very sacred relationship. We are public servants. We come to this chamber to work for our communities with integrity. Service over self is something that I speak about quite a lot in my community. But it seems like for them, it's about insiders over service. And that is why we're here today. And now we have a new scandal that is continuing to unfolding. And make no mistake, Madam Speaker, if this was it for the Conservatives pushing in committees, holding them accountable in question period, they would love to have this brushed under the rug as well. But we're not going to let that happen, Madam Speaker. Conservatives will always be a strong opposition. We will hold this Liberal government to account every step of the way. And they can heckle me all they want. It's fine. You know what? We're not going to be quiet on this side of the House because we want the truth to actually come out. They could try and heckle. They could try and delay. They could do whatever they want. We will always fight for the taxpayer. So in the new scandal that we're talking today, $400 million. $400 million of Canadian taxpayers, hard-earned dollars, have been misappropriated. The Auditor General, who is the independent body who oversees and demands accountability for these contracts, found 186 conflicts of interest, Madam Speaker. 186. We had people making decisions on contracts for their own benefit. One person would get out of the room, the vote would happen. What happened? Oh, yeah, we voted in favor. He would sit down. The next person would get up, leave the room. Vote would happen. They get the contract. They sit down. That's not how you do business. That's corruption. And we had a lot of whistleblowers come out and share their concerns. Violation after violation, and it still keeps rolling out. And we've asked for these documents to be presented, unredacted, so we get to the bottom of this scandal. The Speaker has ruled on this. We all want the truth, Madam Speaker. But again, they're not releasing the documents. So it begs the question, what are they trying to hide? Who are they trying to protect? $400 million, Madam Speaker, is not a small amount of change. You know, we've seen them paralyze Parliament because of the corruption and the cover-up. They always say sometimes it's the crime's bad, but the cover-up is even worse. And we're seeing attempts every single day to cover this up. And that money that they've wasted on this scandal and every other scandal I just listed earlier today, that is our taxpayer dollar that wasn't given to us easy. When I'm in my riding, I'm hearing from that single mother who is working double shifts, who feels they're being taxed to death, but sometimes believes that the money that goes to the government might help them one day, who makes the sacrifice of being away from their families, that senior on a fixed income, on a fixed pension, who's getting clocked taxes, that business owner, that mom and pop shop, who taken a massive line of credit, who took a chance, took a risk, started the business, put all their life savings in, they're paying more taxes. So when this government is taxing Canadians to death, each dollar means something, Madam Speaker. It's their blood, their sweat, and their tears that they pay taxes with. And that money comes to the government. And all they ask is that the money that gets spent helps their lives, makes their lives better, isn't wasted, isn't given to their own friends. Because we know how tough life is right now. We have, 2 million Canadians lining up at food banks, 1 in 4 skipping meals. We have, seniors that can't afford medicine anymore. We've seen business owners shutting down. We have 60% of Canadians who are now only $200 away from bankruptcy. We saw what happened in BC, where we had 15,000 people line up just to get a bag of rotten potatoes or potatoes that were not fit for sale. People are struggling, Madam Speaker. And every dollar that goes out of their pockets, it makes it tougher for them to live, to raise their families. Canada had a promise. We always talked about this. Our leader spoke about it today. You worked hard in this country. You were able to save some money, buy that dream house, go on a vacation once in a while. And that was Canada's promise. You worked hard. But when this government is taxing you to death and then recklessly spending hundreds of millions of dollars of their hard-earned money on themselves, that's a problem. When they line up at food banks, they're lining the pockets of Liberal insiders, Madam Speaker. And that is something that is quite concerning for all of us. And on the Conservatives, we take that very seriously because we hear this story every single day. When my colleagues are door knocking, when I'm door knocking, when we are at events, meet and greets, this is a number one concern. They said the government keeps taking more and more and more. And they keep recklessly spending it. And so taxes, 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 it comes to the government, and what do? Line their own pockets. And so for us, we have to keep on reminding them that this isn't, just something that will go away. It's something that we're going to keep fighting for. It's a scandal that we're not going to let go away until they bring these documents to the committees and have the RCMP investigate this, have some transparency, have some openness. Because on this side of the House, we take this job very, very seriously, Madam Speaker. And to see them not comply, not to comply to the Speaker's ruling, it sends us a very strong message that they're hiding something. And the problem is a lot bigger than what we may even know. So on the Conservative side, we're going to keep fighting that good fight. We're going to get to the bottom of this scandal. We're not going to stop. We're relentless, Madam Speaker. We're not going to stop fighting for Canadian taxpayers. We're going to make sure that the documents come out, and we want this to stop paralyzing Parliament. We want to go back to our core values and our core message to fight for Canadians. We will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But we're not going to let them, just keep stealing money from Canadians. It's not going to happen, Madam Speaker, under our watch at least. And so our ask to the government again and again is please release the documents unredacted. This could all stop. This could all stop if they give us the documents. This will stop when they pay back the money that Canadians are owed. It's not their money, Madam Speaker. It's the Canadian taxpayers' money. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, we've actually released the documents. What this motion is talking about is providing the issue to go to Procedures and House Affairs Committee. The bottom line is that the Conservative Party wants to continue to play games. That's what it's all about. To quote the member, he says, past behavior predicts future behavior. I started to list off some scandals, Madam Speaker. I have a very long list. Repeated duplicity in the Afghan detainees controversy. Repeated duplicity in the costing of the F-35 fighters jets. Harper Minister lies, blames Statistics Canada for killing long-form census. Conservative MP admits he lied to Parliament. Conservative House Leader admits to mockery of question period. Harper maligns the Supreme Court Chief Justice. And I'll continue on as the day goes on, Madam Speaker. But nothing has changed. His behavior is still the same when he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Why will he not get the security clearance? I argue that Canadians have a right to know. What is the argument that the Conservative Party is advancing to justify their leader not getting the security clearance?
Order, order, order. If others want to participate in the debate, they need to wait until the appropriate time. I'm sure that their colleague who has the floor and has the ability to answer that question will do so. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Madam Speaker, that's the same entitled behavior I was talking about in my speech. They just don't care. They have not released all the documents. They have not released all the unredacted documents. They're not providing clarity to the committees. They're not even complying with the ruling from the Speaker. And it's something that I want to highlight is that they're also now under investigation from the RCMP. So the government, right? So they're now being investigated because they received documents from the Law Clerk and Parliamentary Council, and now they're going to be looked into by the RCMP. So I don't buy their argument here. They've been part of the problem, and they can hide all they want, but we're going to get to the bottom of this, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Yes, Saint-Jean is a bit different as a writing. It's Lac-Saint-Jean. Listen, we agree here. As my colleague for Joliette was saying recently, the House has been paralyzed for weeks. We can't do any work, but we agree with the Conservative Party. We need to put an end to this paralysis. Is everything okay? Well, listen, this government needs to give the documents over. My colleague talked about the fact that we're at the service of our constituents. They expect us to do our work. So my question, I'd like to know what the next step is for the Conservative Party. Let's say tomorrow morning, the Liberal Party gave the documents, produced the documents and put an end to this state of things in the House. What would be the next thing that the Conservative Party would do? Would they once again paralyze this House with another question of privilege, or will we be able to get to work and adopt legislation that's important for Quebecers and also for Canadians?
Madam Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his intervention, and I think we all share in this House that we have to continue to fight for the taxpayer, because that money that is given to us is given to us on trust, and this government has broken that trust. And once the documents are given to us, we're going to keep on fighting for Canadians, just like we have been for the last number of years. We're going to keep fighting to axe the tax. We're going to keep fighting to build the homes, to fix the budget, and to stop the crime. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I know the Honourable Member for Oxford regularly visits businesses in his constituency and talks to farmers, small business owners, people who are trying to build the homes that we talk about. And so what is he hearing from them? And he alluded to it in his speech about their hard-earned tax dollars that are being stolen to line the pockets of Liberal insiders. Please elaborate.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my neighbouring riding. And look, I was just at one of the farms in my riding. It's harvest season right now, and some of the families have been making immense sacrifices to get food on our tables. They don't get days off, Madam Speaker. They don't get time off. They're up early in the mornings. They're working late till about midnight some days, harvesting. But when they bring home the harvest, they're getting less to keep. The input costs have gone up. The taxes that they have brought on, the carbon tax, the capital gains tax, this tax, that tax, it keeps on destroying their powerful paychecks that were once something that we fought for in this country. You used to work hard and earn a decent living. But we're not seeing that anymore because all the money that they take goes into their Liberal insiders. So they're disappointed, they want an election, and they want to send this Liberal government a message. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I've listened to a lot of Conservative speeches over the last number of weeks, and I certainly understand Parliament's role in this, and I support it. I think that role for Parliament to send for papers, it is a very clearly outlined power in our Constitution, and I know it's separate and apart from the RCMP. I guess my question, Madam Speaker, to my honourable colleague is, you know, what does he want to do if Parliament comes into possession of these documents? Because, like, the RCMP have said that they do have some concerns with this process. Does he not want to get to a part where potentially the Procedure and House Affairs Committee could have the RCMP come to the committee so that maybe Conservative members could ask the RCMP about what next steps they want to take with these documents? But again, Madam Speaker, we can't get to that critical step until the Conservatives stop filibustering their own motion and we get to the action stage. So I support getting these documents, but at some point we want to get to a part where Parliament is acting instead of talking.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you for that great intervention. I strongly believe that we have to get to a point where we get to see all the documents before we can move forward with our business today. This could all end today if this government actually acts. They don't want to act. We could literally get back to the work if they stop hiding their documents. So what we want from this is to make sure that we hold those that are responsible accountable, that the money that was wasted and given to their insiders, given back to Canadians, because at the end of the day, it's their money, not theirs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Any comments? L'honorable député.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
This can end today if the Conservatives stop playing the game. What the Conservative Party is asking the federal government to do is ignore what it is that the RCMP is saying, ignore what the Auditor General is saying, ignore what the former law clerk is saying, all independent institutions. The game that the Conservatives are playing is very destructive. It's consistent with what I've challenged members opposite to tell Canadians. And it's a continuation of their leader refusing to get the security clearance in order to become informed about foreign interference. Not one Conservative has actually stood in their place and justified to Canadians why it is he should be the only leader in the House of Commons that does not need to get that clearance. I believe it's because of his past. What's in the leader of Conservative Party's past that's preventing him from getting that clearance?
The honourable for Oxford.
Madam Speaker, the Auditor General has said that the $400 million were misappropriated by this government, that the 186 conflict of interests were under their watch. That is the Auditor General. You talk about independence, that's her ruling. And the Speaker has ruled. Are you saying, is the Speaker not independent? Are they questioning the ruling of the Speaker now? It looks like it. And so for us, Madam Speaker, we're going to keep on fighting. They could play all the games they want. They could distract as much as they want from this file. But the Canadians know what they want to see. They want to see their money back from the money that they stole from them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We have time for a brief question. L'honorable député de Rimouski.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata Basque. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleague from Oxford that the Liberal Party has corruption in their DNA. Remember the ad scam or the sponsorship scandal. But the Conservatives claim that they're white as the driven snow. I'd like to remind him of the In-N-Out scandal in 2006 when the Conservatives were transferring funds between the national and the local campaigns to exceed the spending limits, and they were found guilty of an offense. And then there was the robocall scandal because false information was being given to voted. And as a result, 9 months of prison for a Conservative member. So how can Quebecers trust that party with such a bad record?
For Oxford.
Thank you for that. Madam Speaker, look, when we take the oath to this office, our job is to make sure we fight for the rights and for the interests of our constituents. That is the oath I've taken. That is what I try to live by every single day when I'm in this chamber. That is what I try to believe, and I know the Conservatives and my colleagues, I hope all colleagues believe in that. Because at the end of it, that's what this is all about. It's about fighting for our constituents. And that's been our job since day one, and that's why we're not going to let this scandal go by. Like the honourable colleague mentioned, it's in their DNA. It's not their first time doing this. Every month almost, it's a new scandal. But if it wasn't for the Conservatives prosecuting them every step of the way, if it wasn't for us fighting those battles in committee, raising these issues, we wouldn't be here today. So I want to obviously congratulate the great team that we have that is fighting hard for the Canadians, and we're not going to stop doing that until we get our money back.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this privilege motion regarding the failure of the government to produce documents pertaining to Sustainable Development Technology Canada. And I look forward to offering my insights and to speak up for and on behalf of the hard-working people of York Simcoe. This is their house. This is their house, just as it is all Canadians' house, and it is not the Liberal government's house. Hear, hear. No matter how much they wish that were true, Madam Speaker. Peace, order, good government. These are the defining principles of our nation and have been since Confederation. For 157 years, these principles have underpinned the very promise of Canada. A promise that if you work hard, you can have a great life in a safe community. And yet, after 9 years of this Prime Minister, that promise is broken, because this Liberal government has disregarded these fundamental principles and their obligations to Canadians. There is no peace as Canadians suffer from skyrocketing crime and chaos in every community across the country because of the Liberals' insane catch and release policies. Policies that are putting dangerous, repeat, violent offenders as well as hard drugs back into our streets. There is no order as Canadians suffer from the economic vandalism this government has wrought on this country, as our people face rising costs, fewer jobs, and smaller paychecks. At the same time, more taxpayer dollars are now being spent on servicing Liberal debt than on meaningful health care and infrastructure and investments. There is no good government, Madam Speaker, as these Liberals have shown time and time again that they are not concerned about what's best for our citizens. They are only preoccupied with improving their own political fortunes and lining the pockets of their friends. Case in point is the matter before us now, a matter that has seized Parliament for weeks. This Liberal government has failed to turn over documents to the RCMP regarding a $400 million scandal that saw Liberal-appointed executives funnel money to their own companies, implicating them in 186 conflicts of interest. The Auditor General issued a damning report on this matter. She called out the former Sustainable Development Technology Canada agency for significant lapses in their oversight and management of taxpayer dollars. Once again, we are seeing the Liberals disrespect taxpayers to benefit other Liberals. Liberals blocking the legally ordered production of documents, and Liberals dismissing the supremacy, will, and authority of Parliament. This government was given a choice, but instead of being accountable, instead of respecting the work of Parliament, and instead of respecting the interests of Canadians, the Liberals have chosen to cover up the evidence involved in this scandal. The greed, corruption, and conflicts of interest from Liberal appointees in this scandal is absolutely staggering, as is the length this Liberal government will go to cover it up. This is truly shameful, Madam Speaker. But it's not a surprise. After all, we've seen this many times before. The Agacon scandal, the cash for access, the SNC-Lavalin affair, the We Charities controversy, clam scam, Arrive Can, and now, Madam Speaker, we have the Green Slush Fund. Time and time again, the Liberals have been found guilty for unacceptable ethical failings and failings that have led to inappropriate waste of significant amounts of public funds. And where does the blame lie for these failings? Well, certainly every single Liberal across the way needs to look and take a good long look at themselves in what this Sunny Ways government has become. But I think all members in this House know I like to spend my time, Madam Speaker, out on Lake Simcoe, out in an ice hut. And I can tell you with plenty of experience from being out there that a fish rots from the head down. And in this case, the head is the head of this government, this Liberal Prime Minister. It is the Prime Minister who is ultimately responsible for his office, his staff, his ministers, his departments, and the direction and policies of his government. It is the Prime Minister who has had to apologize on multiple occasions for breaking the law and for ethical violations. And Madam Speaker, you can remember when he said, quote, "It sucks," when he gets caught. But his government still does it time and time again. In doing so, the Prime Minister and his Liberal government have made a mockery of our conflict of interest laws by repeatedly flaunting them with no consequences. And in refusing to respect the will of the House and turn over the documents related to the Green Slush Fund, they are only further compromising the trust Canadians have in our institutions and the entrenched processes we have here. It's no wonder the Prime Minister's record low popularity has coincided with a historic distrust in our institutions amongst Canadians now. According to a Leger poll released yesterday, the record low trust in our institutions tracks with the similar reports from the Aldimi Trust Barometer, which has tracked low and declining trust in government for some time. And it's no wonder Canadians have such little faith in government and in other institutions. Madam Speaker, they are hurting. They are disillusioned with the state of our country. A country where a healthy meal, a decent home, a safe community, and a good quality of life are now out of reach for so many. And when we see the lengths this government will go to entrench their Liberal insiders and friends and cover up wasteful spending, all while families can barely afford to make ends meet, Madam Speaker, they are absolutely incensed. You know, this reminds me of my by-election in February of 2019, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister and his Liberal strategists thought they could actually flip York Simcoe and he made 2 well-publicized appearances at a chicken restaurant in Keswick. But at that time, folks in York Simcoe were very upset with this Prime Minister for his direct involvement in pressuring Jody Wilson-Raybould in the ongoing SNC Lavalin affair. And I'd heard that just at about every door. And so after my win, Madam Speaker, I can remember a little story. I was being sworn in. It was the first time I'd ever met the Prime Minister, and I was outside these very doors here, very excited to represent the people of York Simcoe. I know my colleague here from Abbotsford, BC was excited. My colleague here from Huron, Bruce, was high-fiving me and was excited, and I was standing outside the doors, and our leader at the time from Regina Capel was there, and he said, "You'll probably meet the Prime Minister. You can shake his hand or not." I remember the leader of the NDP pacing back and forth. He wanted to go first, Madam Speaker, and I just said, "I'm just happy to be here." So lo and behold, here comes the Prime Minister, and he walked up to me. He said, "Scott, you've got a lot of good people there in York Simcoe." I said, "Mr. Prime Minister, we've got some beauties." And he said, "Yes, I was at a chicken restaurant twice in your riding." And I said, "Mr. Prime Minister, I was trying to get you back a 3rd time." He said, "Why was that?" "Because every time you came, I got 500 lawn sign requests." Well, he looked at me, Madam Speaker. I said, "Just kidding you, Mr. Prime Minister." But anyways, we had a laugh. But all joking aside, 5 years on, this very sentiment, that very sentiment that you could feel in York Simcoe then, has now spilled out and is shared by folks on every street and town from coast to coast to coast. And Canadians want accountability. They want transparency. They want their government to act in the interest of Canadians. And I truly believe, Madam Speaker, right now they are truly disappointed in the Liberals for their conduct, for their involvement in the green slush funds and other scandals, and their blatant efforts to cover it up. The unpopularity of the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party as a whole can be traced right back to their contempt for Parliament, disinterest in the needs for Canadians, and the lengths they will go to look after their own and cover it all up. The Green Slush Fund epitomizes all of these things. The claim by the Liberals that the order to provide relevant documents to the RCMP would somehow compromise the investigation is absolute bogus. Madam Speaker, if someone came to a police officer with information related to a crime, the police wouldn't turn away and say, "No thanks, we're going to have to come about that at our own." The RCMP, once in possession of the full, unredacted, unabridged documentation with regards to this matter, can assess themselves its admissibility and relevance to their investigation, just as they have done with documents already received as part of this order. And surprise, Madam Speaker, this is Parliament doing its job. This is our national police force doing theirs. Unfortunately, wedged in the middle, we have this corrupt Liberal government, intent on covering the whole thing up. The degree to which members opposite have sought to gaslight and mislead Canadians on the Green Slush Fund is disheartening, to say the least. The Liberal government has attempted to invoke the Charter when defending their indefensible position not to produce these documents. Madam Speaker, what a joke. These Liberals were actually found in violation of the Charter when they invoked the Emergencies Act in the winter of 2022. They were positively gleeful when trampling over the rights of Canadians back then. And now they want to suggest that enabling the RCMP to do their job through the production of documents somehow encroaches on the rights of individual citizens.
What a joke.
You know, Madam Speaker, I spoke earlier about a fish rotting from the head down. And, you know, this is one of the biggest fish stories I've ever heard, if I ever heard one. And speaking of fish stories, by the way, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Economic Development Canada, whose department was responsible for the scandal-ridden Sustainability Development and Technology Canada, claimed to Conservatives they just need to move on from the scandal. Move on, calling it a political drama that was putting the clean tech sector at a disadvantage. But we know who wants to move on. The Green Slush Fund happened right under his nose, and they've been found out for their role in this very concerning matter. The fact that legitimate businesses involved in reducing environmental impacts are being affected by this shows the real consequences of Liberal corruption and mismanagement in this country. Never mind the amount of taxpayer money that has just been misspent and wasted by the Liberals has had a catastrophic impact on the environment far beyond just this one industry. I will remind members here tonight that the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund was canceled in 2017 by the Liberals, and they promised to bring it back. The Deputy Prime Minister stood on the shores of Lake Simcoe for this big announcement in 2019, Madam Speaker, and committed and promised $40 million. But we all know here today that never happened. And we all know the same old line, Madam Speaker, promises, promises, promises. Instead, I've had to spend the last 5 years telling people involved in the grassroots efforts to clean up and restore the lake the sad truth. The Liberal government won't support their efforts like the previous Conservative government did, because they'd rather ensure the money only flows to their Liberal friends. That hasn't stopped the grassroots community members from continuing their work as best they can for the lake. I am also proud, Madam Speaker, of the residents of York Simcoe that have planted over 1,000 trees that I have given out in the past 5 years at my Canada Day barbecue celebrations. The ordinary people of York Simcoe are truly, in fact, extraordinary. They are. What a contrast compared to Liberal insiders who have been making good money through the grifting and self-dealing enabling by this government. All of this shows just how much contempt the Liberals have for Parliament and the role of the House of Commons in our democracy. They think this House, the People's House, is an inconvenience and to be bypassed and ignored. They do this all the time. Ministers frequently refuse to appear before committees, and when they do, questions are deflected to bureaucrats instead of the minister responsible. The government tried to give themselves unlimited spending and taxation powers, if you remember, during the pandemic. They took the Speaker to court over the release of the Winnipeg lab documents. And they routinely use their appointed flunkies in the Senate as a workaround to defeat and gut bills duly passed in this place, such as currently my bill C-280, financial protection for fresh fruit and vegetable growers from coast to coast to coast. The overall disregard for our institutions, the reluctance on the part of this government to produce documents related to the Green Slush Fund is very concerning, to say the least, Madam Speaker, especially since Parliament and its officers are examining multiple other scandals and ethic violations in addition to this one. There is an ongoing affair with the Employment Minister and his continued involvement with a company dealing with government grants and contracts in violation. And we all know about the Arrive scam absolute insanity boondoggle. So what excuse will the Liberals conjure up to try and get out of being accountable in these matters? They voted against allowing the Auditor General to investigate GC strategies. They refused to provide the documents on this occasion. What lengths will they go to cover up these scandals when Parliament tries to shine a light on them? Canadians see this, Madam Speaker, and the determination by the Liberals to block investigations into corruption within their government. As the official opposition, Conservatives have been focused on improving the lives of Canadians, but by paralyzing Parliament, the government has made it impossible for anyone here to address issues like the doubling of housing costs, Liberal food inflation, and crime and chaos. I have been prevented from being able to speak on local issues as well, such as the illegitimate Georgina Aerodrome, the unfair rural carbon tax rebate, the no-show Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, and many, many more. People in York Simcoe are truly on the outside looking in. I am calling on the Liberals to finally submit the documents as ordered. If they have nothing to hide, they should go give the files to the RCMP. And if there is no criminality or wrongdoing, they should just allow justice to take its course and hold those individuals responsible. Madam Speaker, enough is enough.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, the closing remarks of his comments, the member said, let justice take its course. Well, the proper course of justice is not for Parliament to be producing evidence to hand over to the RCMP. It's for the RCMP to obtain their own evidence. And there are ways that the RCMP can get this information. If they need to get a warrant, for example, they can get the information. So they don't need Parliament to be forcing anybody to do anything. They have the tools. But guess what, Madam Speaker? It's not just me saying this. It's the RCMP that said this. They're saying this. The RCMP said, we don't need Parliament to help. We have the tools that we need in order to do our proper investigation. So why won't this member just let justice take its course like he said?
And stop. The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank
order,
you, Madam Speaker.
Order. There's members on both sides of the House that are speaking out of turn. They have not been recognized, and I would hope that they will respect the ruling here and they will wait, and if they have any questions or comments or other comments, then they will wait till the appropriate time. The honourable for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I mean, they started heckling me right away. What are they hiding when they heckle you right away? What I would say, Madam Speaker, the order has been given. We need the documents. Produce the documents. This is be all over. You know, Madam Speaker, I'd also add, I think the member listened to my speech very intently from Kingston and the Islands, because I know he enjoys listening to me so much, that I talked about transparency and accountability. And accountability is one of the most important things that Canadians are looking for. You know, I would ask, have they recovered and started recovering the $400 million? Because I want to see that money back for Canadians. And, you know, I would say the same thing on a Rise scam, the $60 million. You know, there's never any follow-up. Did they get the money back? Did this government go and get the money back for the taxpayers of Canada?
Good answer.
The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move away a bit what we've heard over the past 2 weeks, and I'd like to go back and invite my colleagues to use the dignity that should be as part of our positions. So I heard my colleague's speech I have had the opportunity many times to speak with, and it's always nice. And we know how much he loves his lake. But my question is, we know that the money was used, well, let's say, by the fund to meet the needs of a company whose owner was chair of the board of the fund that was granting the money. We know that. We also know that to be able to give evidence to the RCMP or the police, we don't need a search warrant. If there's is there proof somewhere? If it's related to a crime, I don't need to wait for the RCMP to get a search warrant. But let's go back to the issue of funds. Is the issue with all this situation, aside from the government that refuses the question of privilege and to ensure that the rest of the funds were used properly, and the question of parliamentary privilege? Well, at the end of the day, is it the issue not that public funds should no longer be managed by an organization that is not accountable to the House of Commons?
Member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague. She brought up the lake, and I'm always happy to talk about Lake Simcoe. I think, Madam Speaker, in my speech, I talked about, my constituents of York Simcoe on the outside looking in. We were promised funds, $40 million for Lake Simcoe, and I think that is what is so frustrating for the people in the great riding of York Simcoe, to see the waste from this government when we saw no money for the lake. And we look at things like Arrive scam, $80 million absolutely wasted on an app that could have been spent on, for example, on Lake Simcoe, on healthcare. And were those funds recovered? These are the questions that I'm facing at the doors in York Simcoe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Senator Cowichan and Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for York Simcoe for his speech. I'm glad he did mention his Bill C-280. It's a great piece of legislation, and if any senators are listening to the House proceedings today, I would like to add my voice to urge them to pass that important bill, because it's very important for our Canadian Produce Marketing Association. But to the issue at hand, and let me be very clear, I absolutely am in support of Parliament's right to obtain documents. That is a very clear rule. It's solidly laid out in the Constitution. But at the same time, we are presented with a bit of an impasse right now. And the House of Commons, every hour of its proceedings costs several tens of thousands of dollars. And there are many bills that are not being looked at this time. And I think Canadians at some point are going to be looking at the House and wondering what the heck we're doing here. The RCMP have raised some concerns, and we can't ignore those. So to my honourable colleague, would it not make sense for the Conservatives to stop putting up speaker after speaker so that we could arrive to a decision to send this to Procedure and House Affairs, and maybe then Conservative members on that committee could have the opportunity to question the RCMP as a witness, and we could find some kind of an arrangement, and maybe the RCMP could explain what the procedure is and what kind of an investigation they're going through. I'm just trying to throw out some ideas to get through the impasse here, Madam Speaker. Thank you. The
honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And again, I thank my colleague. You know what I do? I'm going to quickly answer. Hand over the documents and let's get the $400 million back. That's for sure. I want to thank him for his support on my bill, C-280. And again, this is what is so concerning about this government. We had every member of Parliament in this House, except for one, vote for my bill, C-280. I know the member for Winnipeg North, how important that bill is for his riding. And, to see this government now ask, senators to actually squash the bill over in the Senate is extremely concerning. So, Madam Speaker, I truly, if that's their plan, I can tell you right now that seeing what's happening over in the Senate, I now know that this side of the House is with big banks, but I can tell you, Madam Speaker, on this side of the House, we're with farmers.
Questions and comments? The honourable for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou, and I'm always, how should I say it, pleasantly surprised at the heckles we get from the Liberals. You know, they say, why won't you just do this, or why won't you just do that? Why won't they just hand over the documents? They say the RCMP has a mechanism to do it. If somebody commits a fraud at a bank, the bank doesn't generally say, yeah, go get a production order or go do this. They hand over the documents, and they hand over the documents unredacted. I don't know that this government would hand over unredacted documents no matter what. Now, Parliament is authorized through its law that governs, so this would be authorized by law. So why wouldn't we simply hand over the documents to the police? So my question to my honourable colleague, who gave a great speech and an impassioned speech, is what must they be hiding? They complain about the cost. What could be so damning in those documents that they are fighting so hard to keep them out of public view?
Here they are. Good.
The honourable member for York Simcoe.
Well, I think, Madam Speaker, that's why we're here tonight, and that's why we've been here the last 2 weeks, and I thank my colleague for that question about, ensuring transparency and accountability. This is a large amount of money. And Madam Speaker, I spoke about Lake Simcoe. I have to speak, because this is about money. This is about people that are struggling right now. I got to talk about the rural top-up in my riding, Madam Speaker. The Soup and Salad Bowl of Canada, ice fishing capital of Canada with Lake Simcoe. They put in the budget. They promised to look at the rural top-up. This Liberal government has classified my riding as Toronto, Madam Speaker. You can't even see the CN Tower from my riding. And, we've been denied the rural top-up. That is the people of York Simcoe's money, and I'm concerned for the government. When they get the invoice from the people of York Simcoe, since 2016, when they should have had the rural top-up, the bill is going to be absolutely staggering.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and as usual, I'm very proud to rise this evening on behalf of the constituents of Oshawa to hold this government accountable for their Liberal corruption. And I must say, Madam Speaker, I'm not rising with any pleasure this evening. Going back to our riding, trying to explain how this government has corrupted our institutions, corrupted how government works, it really is a sad example of governance. As we all know, Madam Speaker, the Liberal Prime Minister could end this. He could end it by releasing the documents uncensored so Canadians could learn the truth about the $400 million Liberal Green slush fund cover-up. We could be finished. However, the Prime Minister continues the ongoing theme of corruption in his government by refusing to do so, by ordering that more than 10,000 pages be censored to cover up the most important information about the Prime Minister's hand-picked Liberal appointees to the Green Slush Fund. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, this theme of corruption has also been demonstrated by the Prime Minister's Liberal government through shutting down the rights of parliamentarians to receive certain information as through order paper questions, ATIPs. Our parliamentary privileges, Mr. Speaker, need to be protected. Our privileges are continually being breached by this corrupt Liberal government. Today, colleagues, I'd like to address the importance of Parliament and parliamentarians receiving information that Canadians are demanding. This government's scandals are too long to list. Their obstruction has become a rule instead of an exception. This past weekend, when I was in the Oshawa again, people were asking me how much longer will they have to put up with the continued scandals and misappropriation of their tax dollars. Mr. Speaker, the frustration is at levels that I've never, ever seen before. Oshawa wants to know where their tax dollars are going. Is the money being spent prudently, and are we getting the results the Canadians want and need right now. And all we are asking for, Mr. Speaker, are for documents that show where the money went. We all have heard that if you want to understand what really happened, we have to follow the money. Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians and Canadians have tools to hold our governments to account. One tool, as I mentioned, is access to information, or what people call ATIPs. This is where Canadians can ask for specific emails and follow the trail of money and how we spend their tax dollars. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, this government routinely returns ATIPs, sometimes fully redacted, covering up the information that Canadians have a right to know. A second tool that parliamentarians have is something called the order paper questions, or OPQs. Again, Mr. Speaker, I've submitted several of these OPQs, and they were returned with incomplete answers and word salads that don't even make any sense. And thirdly, as in this case, Parliament has the right and privilege. The House enjoys the absolute and unfettered power to order the production of documents that is not limited by statute. These powers, Mr. Speaker, are rooted in the Constitution Act of 1867 and the Parliament of Canada Act. And as such, Mr. Speaker, that brings us to our debate today. So what brought us here? On June 10th, the House adopted a motion calling for the production of various documents related to SDTC to be turned over to the RCMP for review. That's in the record. In response to the motion adopted, departments either outright refused the House order or redacted documents, turning over and citing provisions in the Privacy Act or the Access to Information Act, Mr. Speaker. Nothing in the House order contemplated these or for these redactions. In response to the failure to produce documents, the Conservative House Leader raised a point of privilege, arguing that the House privilege had been breached due to the failure to comply with the House order. On September 26th, Mr. Speaker, the Speaker issued a ruling on the point of privilege raised and found that the privileges of the House had, in fact, been breached. Mr. Speaker, let's take a look at this. If this was a private affair and if criminal activity is suspected, documents would be turned over and an investigation would be started. In this case, Mr. Speaker, the Auditor General looked at a 5-year period and he found an incredible 82% of the funding transactions approved by the Board of Directors were conflicted. Mr. Speaker, 82%. And this was only over part of the mandate. There could be more. Public office holders are entrusted to oversee taxpayers' dollars, not to personally prosper from their work in government. And Mr. Speaker, sadly, that's what happened. And the directors of the slush fund were unapologetic. The minister had replaced the original chair because that chair was criticizing the program. And he put in his hand-picked director. One director was incredibly aggressive with the actions that she took. This woman was appointed in 2016 by the Prime Minister, and her name is André-Lise Méteau. She runs a venture capital firm called Cycle Capital in green technologies. Mr. Speaker, André-Lise Méteau companies, before and during her time on the board, received $250 million in grants from SDTC. Some of that was before, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but when she was on the board, Mr. Speaker, $114 million went to green companies that she had invested in. During her time on the board, the value of her company, Cycle Capital, tripled because of getting SDTC grant, and it's a stamp of the Government of Canada's approval that allows for these companies to raise other funds. The House will never guess, Mr. Speaker, who her lobbyist was. Her in-house paid lobbyist for 10 years before he was elected. Mr. Speaker, it's the current radical Minister of Environment. while he was lobbying for Cycle Capital, the current radical Minister of Environment got $111 million. Mr. Speaker, incredible. But that is just the example of one director. 9 directors, according to the Auditor General, accounted for 186 conflicts. Mr. Speaker, 9 directors, 186 conflicts. I'll speak about another board member, handpicked by the Prime Minister, Guy Ouimet, who had admitted in committee that 17 million of green slush fund money went to companies that he had a financial interest in. He said that was a small amount of money. Well, Mr. Speaker, in Oshawa, we have people losing their jobs. We have people standing in lines at food banks, and the food banks run out of food before noon. We have people, seniors, living 4 to a room. And this hand-picked Liberal says $17 million is just a small amount of money. Our community finds that insulting. It may be a small amount of money to a Liberal elite, but it's not for most Canadians. And that amount of money had gone up 1,000% in value since the investment was made in 2019, Mr. Speaker. And it certainly pays to be a Liberal insider. But unfortunately now, Canadians, people in my community, are suffering. And 17 million is not a small amount of money. Mr. Speaker, it's our job here in the House of Commons to expose the corruption and things that we have authorized money for in this Parliament. And it's our job, and it's time the Liberals started caring about it. The challenge I have, Mr. Speaker, and the concern I have, and why I feel that this is really a sad moment in Canadian history, is because this corruption, this routine, seems to become ordinary business for the Liberal Party. I'd like to review a few things that Canadians may have forgot about. Some important things that happened with this government that started Canadians realizing that this is not government business as usual. We all remember the SNC-Lavalin affair, Mr. Speaker, and unfortunately, these allegations of political interference led to criminal prosecution. It really started to impact on the judicial independence and the rule of law, and the Prime Minister's response and handling of the situation. We remember, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister's Justice Minister, Jody Wilson-Raybould, when she was asked to do something improper, she stood up to the Prime Minister, and as a result, she was basically pushed out of cabinet and pushed out of government, ultimately resulting in a situation where 3 prominent female Liberals left. We're talking about Jody Wilson-Raybould, Jane Philpott, one of the more competent ministers of health, and my neighbor and friend, Selina Caesar-Chavin. And she even wrote a book about it, Mr. Speaker. The way that the Prime Minister interfered with this affair forced Canadians to look at their institutions, forced Canadians to judge how their institutions are functioning. And again, the Prime Minister frequently doesn't have a problem going on vacations. And what he wanted to do is cut a deal with SNC-Lavalin, granting a government contract to a company that actually gave money to his family members, handing out billions of dollars, again, to Liberal insiders and consultants. Mr. Speaker, this is just one of a long list of the Prime Minister using government funds to benefit himself and his friends. We all remember the WE Charity scandal, Mr. Speaker, where the Liberal government awarded a contract to WE Charity. And this charity had huge ties to his own family. These were huge ethical conflicts of interest. There were parliamentary investigations, findings, And again, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons I'm saddened tonight is because it impacted the public trust in our government. Now, despite the Prime Minister admitting he did something wrong, and despite the Ethics Commissioner finding that he directed his staff to explore options for providing the money to WE, he was not found guilty. But again, Mr. Speaker, we know that his Finance Minister, Mr. Morneau, had an entirely different experience with the WE charity scandal. And Mr. Speaker, I wanted to talk for a few moments about the COVID-19 response and the spending during that response. Because in Oshawa, we had many businesses go bankrupt. People lost their businesses, lost their homes, and there was huge criticism on the amount of money and how it was spent, how things were managed. We really still haven't evaluated the government's support for these programs and how effective they were. There seems to be a lack of transparency in spending and accountability measures, and we haven't really looked at the public health implications and long-term effects. But we do know, Mr. Speaker, that the actions taken were extraordinary, and the amount of coercion and force the government utilized was unprecedented. And I'm hearing over and over from Canadians now that Canadians should have the right to make their own personal medical decisions. We saw with this government, sadly, that the Prime Minister made deliberate decisions to go beyond guiding and protecting Canadians to a point of punishing people who chose not to take the COVID-19 vaccines, not because there was evidence that punishing them would make Canadians safer, but because he thought by scapegoating a small and unpopular minority of Canadians, it would make him more popular. And Mr. Speaker, the sad thing, that approach, you remember the election, where the Prime Minister went out and politicized a health issue. Now, I do want to give kudos to a Liberal member of Parliament, the member from Louis Hubert, who basically stood up to the Prime Minister and stated on the record that how disappointed and sad he was that the Prime Minister had decided to politicize Canadians' personal health decisions. And Mr. Speaker, even today, when we're trying to get information in regards to the pandemic response, I want to bring the attention to the House yet another example of the government obstructing parliamentarians and disrespecting our parliamentary privileges. My colleague from Provencher asked an order paper question recently in regards to, it was order paper question 2745 in regards to Pfizer contracts and what Health Canada did not answer. Mr. Speaker, all he wanted to know was when the former Ministers of Public Service and Procurement, the former Minister of Health, Health Canada, the Public Health Agency of Canada, received the contract. He also asked when Health Canada, the Public Health Agency, the Prime Minister, Minister of Finance, Minister of Health, Minister of Transport were briefed on the contents. And unfortunately, he received no answer. Now, in the United States, they have a different system. What they do quite often, Mr. Speaker, is they go to the courts. But here in Canada, we don't have the same type of system. And Canadians expect us as parliamentarians to use our privileges to get answers for them. Sadly, this government again gives word salads or returns redacted documents. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment again to talk about the ArriveCAN scandal. Again, something that was implemented during the pandemic. I remember talking with the Ethics Commissioner, Privacy Commissioner, in committee, and his extreme concerns about implementing something along the lines of the ArriveCAN app because of privacy issues. And Mr. Speaker, we talk about the situation and the amount of money that was wasted on the ArriveCAN, and that's just part of it. There are huge controversies surrounding the effectiveness of this app, the privacy concerns, and of course the costs associated with it. And I remember the Privacy Commissioner basically said, well, this could be something that could be utilized in a very short-term period, but the government continued it on and on, even though the evidence showed that the vaccine and their approach was not actually stopping the transmission. And the data that was collected, he recommended that it should be destroyed, and instead the Public Health Agency is continuing to utilize it. So Canadians are worried about their privacy, and here we have an app that cost way more than it should have, but also affected Canadians' ability to travel. So this is something that we have to look at just in case there's another pandemic or emergency. But during that situation, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister, of course, had no problem continuing with his family vacations, the perception of elitism, privilege, and the public health message and his own adherence to the rules. So in other words, it was something that he wanted Canadians to follow, but he didn't want to follow it himself. Another really important one where a similar situation to today was the Winnipeg lab scandal. And Mr. Speaker, I don't think we've even gotten to the bottom of this. And that's why today we have to say, when does it stop? And our leader is calling for a carbon tax election because it's not going to stop. Liberals at a point now, they don't even realize any ethical breaches. It has become the regular way of doing business. And the response, Mr. Speaker, is basically saying, gee, I'm sorry, and then going on and doing it again and again and again. With the Winnipeg lab, Mr. Speaker, we saw officials from the Communist Party of China having access to some of our most vital biosecurity materials. And how the government actually handled it, we see how it's affected our relationships with China. And Mr. Speaker, Canadians now are very much aware of Chinese interference, and that, I guess, will be another speech that we have to manage. So, Mr. Speaker, again, a sad day, but an appropriate day, and Parliament needs to do its job. That's what's expected.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for his speech. Mr. Speaker, to be blunt, that speech was absolutely all over the map. I mean, it covered everything but the failure to produce sustainable documents. So I'm not quite sure what the member opposite was trying to get at in his speech. But, you know, Mr. Speaker, to be perfectly honest, I come to Ottawa each and every week to try to get work done on behalf of my constituents. I'm here to want to talk about housing. I want to talk about the fact that the Bank of Canada rate dropped again. I want to talk about how inflation is dropping, all the great things that are happening. But we can't do that because we are stuck in this circle that is a complete waste of time. But I do have a question for the member opposite. I'm going to read a quote from the Commissioner of the RCMP. The RCMP's ability to receive and use information obtained through this production order and under the compulsory powers afforded by the Auditor General Act in the course of a criminal investigation could give rise to concerns under the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It is therefore highly unlikely that any information obtained by the RCMP under the motion where privacy interests exist could be used to support a criminal prosecution or further a criminal investigation. Therefore, there is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative process and charter protections. So can the member opposite comment on the RCMP's commissioner's comments? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I can't believe the question, okay? This is very simple. If he wants this to end, just provide those documents. And if I could respond to him, my speech was about the absolute record number of scandals of any government we've ever had in Canada, and it was too hard to list them all. But I'll answer his question with a quote. This is a quote from Andrew Coyne, who wrote in the Globe and Mail, "Liberals have always been prone to being corrupted by power, but the current crop of Liberals are unique for being corrupted by their own virtue. the preening moral vanity that is a signature of the Liberals, the gratitude as in the Pharisees' prayer that they are not like other men is not, alas, an act. They truly believe it, to a point that they are literally incapable of conceiving of themselves doing wrong. It isn't only that they are surrounded by people like themselves. In other words, they are surrounded by people who think like them and whose first thought at all times is whatever it is they are thinking must be for the good. The Liberals do not even recognize ethical breaches anymore, Mr. Speaker, and that was evidence of it. He didn't listen to my speech.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Avignon-Lamétis-Matane.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. But I have a question about the Conservatives' true intentions, because it's been a few weeks that we've been on this question of privilege. And suppose, if tomorrow morning the government decided finally to provide the documents and table them in the House, what would be the next Conservative strategy? Would they be ready to work and get back to the agenda, or would they come up with another question of privilege on another topic? What is the true intention of the Conservative Party here? Do they want to tie the House of Commons up as much as possible to show that the government's incapable of governing? Is that their true intent? The honourable member for Oshawa.
I want to thank my colleague for her question, but I find she's missing the entire point, okay? If the government produces the documents, then we can move ahead. But she seems to misinterpret what is the strategy, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoy my colleagues' speeches, but it's not a strategy. These are rights of parliamentarians. We voted to have these documents brought to us, and that is a right of Parliament. Each and every one of our rights seems to be challenged by this government, and we have to say, when is it going to stop? I realize the Bloc has voted for the government to keep them in power, but Mr. Speaker, enough's enough. I know in my riding, people are sick and tired, and I would welcome the Bloc members to actually take a stance, because I think one of the best strategies for Canada and Quebec would be to change and get rid of this corrupt Liberal government.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I actually really appreciated my colleague's speech, and he actually touched on a number of fairly important issues that are also impacted by what this government's trying to do here in withholding documents from the House of Commons. Now, this is a matter, as he knows, and as the government knows, this is a matter about parliamentary supremacy in what we get to see. Now, Parliament, I'll remind the government again, and I'll ask my colleague the question, Parliament has the right to demand documents, and the Speaker has ruled that those documents are due. So let me ask my colleague if he still believes that this Parliament has relevance, or if he agrees with the government on the other side that this is just a little hurdle to get past so they can do what they want and shovel money out their pockets to their friends at the end of the day.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, my colleague brings an extremely important point forward. When he says, is it our right? I would argue with him, and I hate to argue with him because he's a great debater, but I'd argue it's not just a right, it's an obligation, Mr. Speaker. I'm sitting in a community in Oshawa that is suffering right now. My community is actually wondering where the money's going. This Green Slush Fund, remember, was supposed to be for greening Canada, making improvements in our environment. And what we're seeing, Mr. Speaker, is literally millions of dollars going to Liberal-friendly elites. And I could go on and I could go on. And that's why I'm actually not happy to be here tonight debating this. I've been here for 20 years, Mr. Speaker. And our rights and privileges have to be protected. This government has no respect for Parliament. The Prime Minister has no respect for the rules, has no respect for the ethics that are supposed to be upheld here in this sacred house. And Mr. Speaker, I'm afraid that Canadians are losing confidence in our institutions, whether that's our government, whether that's our judicial system, whether it's our bureaucracies, and that is the danger we're at if we continue to support this corruption.
Questions and comments? Question or commentaire? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I disagree with a whole lot of what the member is actually saying. You know, when I think in terms of corruptness, all one needs to do is take a look at the most corrupt Prime Minister, which was Stephen Harper, and the Parliamentary Secretary to Stephen Harper was their current leader. And that pattern of behavior that we've seen since Stephen Harper continues to live on in the current leader. That's the reason why the current leader refuses to get the security clearance, Mr. Speaker. He doesn't want to get the security clearance, and I think Canadians have a right to know why it is. Is there something in his past that will not allow him to get the security clearance? Yet the leader of the New Democrats, the Bloc, the Green Party, all of us see these leaders have it, but not the leader of the Conservative Party. How does the member opposite or any Conservative defend a leader that refuses the national interests of Canada and not get a security clearance?
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, I'm really glad that he asked me that because it shows how out of touch these elite Liberals are. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister put in a process where he's giving briefings to his friends who have supported his corrupt government over the years. Our leader has taken a principled approach. Now, this member, Mr. Speaker, believes, he's heckling me, that only the elites of the Liberal Party or government leaders need to know which MPs are conflicted and being accused of government interference, foreign government interference. Our leader believes that all Canadians have that right. We know, Mr. Speaker, we're going to an election. And wouldn't you like to know if the person you're voting for had a problem with government interference? Wouldn't you like to know before you could cast that vote? But this government and this member has been protecting those members who may be compromised, Mr. Speaker. So our leader wants to say no. And the elitism, we're going to allow all Canadians to know who those MPs are. So just release the names, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians will know who to vote for in the next election, and I think it's going to be pretty clear.
I know the Honourable Member for St. John Rothsay was trying to find a word earlier, and I think I figured it out. It's Groundhog Day. That was what he was looking for. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In his letter to Canadians, the Prime Minister in 2015 famously promised the following: "It is time for leadership that never seeks to divide Canadians, but takes every single opportunity to bring us together." Mistruth. We're committed to a responsible, transparent fiscal plan for challenging economic times. Another mistruth. Canadians need to have faith in their government's honesty and willingness to listen. Another mistruth. Government and its information, let that sink in. Government and its information must be open by default. Simply put, it is time to shine more light on government. But in order for you to trust your government, you need a government that will trust you. When we make a mistake, as all governments do, it is important that we acknowledge that mistake and learn from it. To close, I am committed to leading an open, honest government that is accountable to Canadians' lives, lives up to the highest ethical standards, brings our country together, and applies the utmost care and prudence in the handling of public funds. And he closed that letter to Canadians with the phrase, "We will not let you down." The Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, has reneged on all of those promises. He's a failed leader. He's abused his trust. This failed, corrupt government has literally been embroiled in scandals after scandals for the last 9 years. And here we go again, talking about another scandal, this time the Green Slush Fund. As a result, the House of Commons has been at a standstill for 13 days now due to this government's refusal to hand over documents. Over the past weeks, we've engaged in countless debates regarding this privilege motion. I can only assume that Canadians have been bombarded with a barrage of differing views and misleading narratives surrounding the government's Green Slush Fund. Given that the Parliamentary Press Gallery often shies away from highlighting Liberal corruption, I want to lay out the facts clearly and simply for those who are watching. It all began with SDTC in 2017, which was supposed to provide funding to companies with innovative and legitimate ideas aimed at improving Canada's environmental record. The government funneled a staggering $1 billion tax dollars into SDTC. However, the Liberals appointed their friends to the board of SDTC, including the chair, which is responsible for deciding who receives funds. And what did these board members do when they convened? They chose to redirect that money back to their own companies, a shocking $400 million not spent on enhancing environmental outcomes, but rather on enriching Liberal insiders. In addition, a further $58 million was granted to 10 projects that were entirely ineligible and couldn't even demonstrate any environmental benefits or the utilization of green technology. The Ethics Commissioner determined that the chair of this board twice broke the law by funneling money to her own company. So how do we know all of this? Well, a brave whistleblower stepped forward and testified at committee, exposing this damning and explosive scandal. To quote him directly, "What should have been a straightforward process turned into a bureaucratic nightmare that allowed SDTC to continue wasting millions of dollars and abusing countless employees over the last year." Further, they also expressed that they believe that the government is more interested in protecting themselves and preventing the situation from becoming a public nightmare, end of quote. Instead of this Prime Minister upholding his mandate of running an open, honest, and transparent government, he and his Liberal colleagues are paralyzing Parliament by refusing to release all unredacted documents and evidence related to the Green Slush Fund. This is not just a matter of ethics, it's about the integrity of our democratic institutions. Canadians deserve to know how their tax dollars are being spent and who is benefiting from these decisions. This refusal to hand over documents can only mean that what they are hiding is far worse than we can imagine. Which particular cabinet minister are they trying to protect from criminal liability? Just how damning are these documents that they would stall Parliament for 13 days and defying your order, Mr. Speaker, just to conceal the $400 million they handed to their friends? Clearly, what they are trying to conceal is prioritized above the very productivity of Parliament itself. Now, the government House Leader and several other Liberal champions of corruption like to defend and deflect their failure to comply with the Speaker's order to release documents by saying that Conservatives are somehow trampling upon charter rights. And he claps. This is a blatant attempt to shift focus away from the Liberals' reckless spending and corruption, a far too common tactic for this government. You'd think they would know what it means to attack charter rights, as their unprecedented use of the Emergency Act allow them to freeze bank accounts without court orders, authorize broad police powers, and restrict peaceful assembly. Even civil liberty organizations and former judges at that time raised alarm bells saying there was no justification for such extreme measures. And then we had Justice Mosley in the Federal Court of Appeal, who pronounced that the government essentially breached a number of charter rights. So why should Conservatives heed the Liberals' advice on respecting the Charter? They only uphold it when it aligns with their political agenda. Their track record reveals a blatant disregard for the very rights they now claim to champion, all to deflect responsibility for their misuse of taxpayer funds. When it comes to protecting individual freedoms, Conservatives lead with principles, while Liberals pick and choose when it benefits their agenda. The invocation of the Emergencies Act wasn't about protecting Canadians. It was about silencing criticism and crushing opposition. The same applies now as we demand accountability for the Green Slush Fund. The Liberals are raising concerns that the Speaker's House order could infringe on charter rights, especially regarding police investigations and privacy. But let's be clear, Mr. Speaker, it's the Liberals who are abusing their power by refusing to comply with an order of this House. They claim we are violating specifically Section 8 of the Charter, which protects privacy from unreasonable search and seizure. However, the truth is there is little to no expectation of privacy in these documents. They were created by public servants spending taxpayer money. They belong to the public. Furthermore, the House order doesn't force the RCMP to take any specific action on the documents. Law enforcement can choose to disregard them if they see fit. However, if they find evidence of potential criminality, they must pause their review and obtain judicial authorization to continue. This process protects any claims of a charter breach. The Charter is there to protect people from the government, not to protect the government from accountability. What we're witnessing is a clear attempt by the Liberals to dodge accountability for their actions concerning the SDTC and taxpayer funds. As Conservatives, we are committed to transparency. Canadians deserve to know how their money is being spent. We will always stand against overreach and demand accountability from this government. Pursuing transparency is not an infringement on rights. It's essential to our democracy. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity to sit on many committees regarding SDTC and the Liberals' Green Slush Fund. I've been watching this unravel for quite some time now. Considering all the testimony we've heard, the ministers we've spoken to, the numerous reports from the Auditor General, it's completely mind-boggling that this government and its members are still trying to cover this up. Despite the overwhelming evidence revealing the depths of this corruption scandal, the Liberals continue to evade accountability. They are avoiding it so fiercely that they are willing to stall the work of Parliament, diverting our attention from the critical issues that matter most to Canadians. Issues like soaring housing costs, food insecurity, rising crime rates, increasing drug use, and the growing homelessness crisis. This is nothing short of shameful. The Liberals continue to tell the press that they are eager to move past this debate, claiming it is the Conservatives who are wasting time and resources. Let me remind them, they are the only members of this House who voted against this motion, that they alone possess the power to resume parliamentary proceedings. They could refocus on the issues that matter to Canadians by simply handing over all unredacted documents. It's as simple as that. Instead, they choose to hide behind procedural delays, prioritizing their own political survival over the urgent needs of everyday Canadians. This is a government that has completely tired and lost touch with reality, more concerned with covering their tracks than addressing the struggles of the citizens they were elected to serve. Perhaps this can serve as a wake-up call to this government. Recent polling from Abacus data paints a stark picture of the growing discontent among Canadians. A staggering 57% of those living in Liberal-held ridings want their Member of Parliament to call on the Prime Minister to resign and not seek re-election. Let that sink in to the Liberal members who are listening to this speech. This isn't just a minor concern. It's a clear signal from the electorate that they are fed up with the Liberals. Time is up. Moreover, only 1 in 5 Canadians believe the Prime Minister should run again. Almost half of Canadians want him to resign immediately. This is not just a rejection of his leadership, it's an entire rejection of the approach this government has taken. Among those who voted Liberal in 2021 but have since lost faith in the party, the numbers are even more alarming. A staggering 40% want the Prime Minister to resign immediately. This isn't just about political preferences, it's about accountability and trust. Accountability in the face of corruption. The evidence of mismanagement and unethical practices surrounding the SDTC and the Liberal government's Green Slush Fund is undeniable. Canadians are tired of seeing their hard-earned tax dollars misused while the government tries to cover its tracks. The Prime Minister's unwillingness to address these issues head-on and hand over the documents has clearly eroded trust and made it clear that accountability was never a priority for him and this government. Shameful. It is shameful. The question we must now ask, how much longer will this government ignore the voices of the very people it was elected to serve? The Liberals can no longer afford to dismiss the mounting discontent as mere political noise. We know that at least 20, if not 30 members really wanted the Prime Minister to resign as of today. They must recognize that their actions have consequences, and the people and Liberal members are demanding change. This data reflects a fundamental shift in the political landscape. Canadians are seeking true leadership that prioritizes their needs, not a government more focused on self-preservation and evading accountability. The public is rightly outraged at the corruption that has been allowed to fester under this Prime Minister, and it is time for the Liberals to face the reality of their situation or to step aside and give Canadians the carbon tax election they want and deserve. It's time for our country to be led by Canada's next great Prime Minister, the member for Carleton. Here, here. As Conservatives, we stand ready to offer a vision that restores trust and accountability in government. It's time for the Prime Minister to listen to the people and step aside for new leadership that puts Canadians first. The call for change is loud and clear, Mr. Speaker, and Conservatives are more than ready to form government, end the corruption, end the scandals, and ensure that the voices of Canadians are heard, but more importantly, to always respect the source of the funds that drive this country, taxpayer monies. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that the rights of Parliament and Canadian taxpayers have been violated by this government's refusal to comply. The Speaker has ruled that the House must pause its work until the government fulfills its legal obligation to provide these documents. The Auditor General has exposed the shocking reality that the Prime Minister has turned the SDTC into a clear green slush fund for Liberal insiders, with $390 million paid out in 180 cases of conflicts of interest. It is unacceptable that the Prime Minister and his ministers were aware of this corruption and did nothing to stop it. That same whistleblower that I quoted earlier called out not once, not twice, but 3 times the Minister for Innovation. In fact, stopped nothing short of saying that he deliberately misled Canadians, he misled Parliament, that he knew about the abuse and did absolutely nothing about it until he and this Prime Minister and this corrupt government were outed by the press. The Auditor General has clearly laid the blame on the Industry Minister as well for his failure to monitor these contracts properly. When did we lose this whole concept of ministerial accountability? I read at the very beginning the words of this Prime Minister. We are going to make mistakes. And when we make mistakes, we will own up to those mistakes and we will learn from it. In my 3 years as a parliamentarian, I have yet to hear one apology from any member of this corrupt government. These are false words, these were false promises, and Canadians are clearly coming to the same conclusion that I certainly had, that we were basically sold a false bill of goods in 2015, 2019, and 2021. Only common sense Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, are committed to ending this corruption and getting real answers for Canadians. We will hold this government accountable. It is our constitutional obligation to do exactly what we are doing right now, and we will continue to do this ferociously as possible each and every day until this government releases the documents, all the documents, unredacted. We will restore integrity to our political system. It's time for transparency, Mr. Speaker. It's time for change. It's time for the truth. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we're talking about the production of documents in relation to an RCMP investigation. And I know that this member is a former prosecutor. He never misses an opportunity to remind us of that. But my question to him is quite simple. Can he tell this House how many times in the 15-plus years that he was a prosecutor that he obtained evidence, or a police organization he was working with obtained evidence, through an order from Parliament?
The Honourable Member for Brantford-Brant.
What this member fails to realize is the government is actually the complainant in this particular matter. There is clear evidence of criminality. There is clear evidence of fraud in the awarding of taxpayer money. Well, if you let me finish the response before interrupting, you might get a response that you might be satisfied with. Okay? Mr. Speaker, you know, they love to interrupt, okay? And, yeah. Well, you know...
Order. Order. Now, member for Brantford.
What this new member for Kingston and the Islands fails to appreciate is that any order made from Parliament is supreme. This is the law. And what this new member from Kingston and the Islands fails to appreciate is that he and his government are the actual complainants. If there was really an interest in holding these individuals who forfeited the ability to receive funds lawfully, but did so through criminal means, then he would actually understand that there's an obligation to work with the RCMP and hand over the documents. But they're not doing so, Mr. Speaker, because clearly they're trying to protect someone on that front bench or behind that front bench. That is the only logical conclusion. They've got the ability, so the answer is, just because it's never been done before doesn't mean, Mr. Speaker, that there isn't a lawful way of releasing these documents.
Questions and comments? The member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Prior to this Liberal government that's been in power for 9 years, the Conservatives were in power for 9 years. Now, I happened to be in this House for most of that time, and in that time, under the Conservative government, there was a Phoenix pay scandal that cost taxpayers $2 billion. There was a $50 million slush fund administered by Tony Clement. There were a number of Senate scandals. The Harper government was found in contempt not once, but twice for, guess what? Twice. Refusing to hand over documents ordered by Parliament, detailing how they were spending money on crime bills and dealing with the Afghan detainee matter. And there was election fraud galore. We watched Dean Del Mastro, a Conservative MP, be led off in handcuffs to jail. If we were to stand here and find out whose list of corruption and scandals was longer between the Liberals and Conservatives, we'd be here all day. But the question I have from my honourable colleague is this. The Speaker has ruled in agreement with the Conservatives to produce documents to PROC. There is no order to produce all of the documents to this House, to the police. If my honourable colleague wants such an order, why don't they raise a question of privilege and ask the Speaker to order production of all the documents to the police, or is it because they know that the Speaker will not do that?
That's a great question.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant. It's so good to know that the coalition is alive and well. The member just confirmed that. And literally, Mr. Speaker, my observations at a number of committees and listening to NDP members who, again, always talk about this failed, tired government, this ethically challenged government, continue and will always continue to support their phony leader who did that stunt in front of Canadians and ripped up a piece of paper that he claims was the agreement, clearly was just a stunt within a few days of a by-election. If he actually cared about actual taxpayer money, and $400 million, at least $400 million for one scandal, he would stand behind the Conservative position and demand that we end this privilege motion by getting this government to release all of those documents unredacted, if he actually cared.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to hear that my colleague has spoken. I worked with him on the committee, the almighty Ogo, like they like to say. So it's a pleasure to hear him speak today. But at the beginning of this question of privilege, we heard the government say that there was an intrusion in the division of powers, that they cannot give an order to investigate, so there's an intrusion. And the second reason they provided for not giving the documents was saying, well, no, there was no search warrant. But here's my question. Do you really need a warrant to have the right to submit potential evidence? The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
It is a tool, and I want to thank my member for that very thoughtful, the first thoughtful question I was actually presented with, so I do thank her for that. Obtaining search warrants is one particular tool that law enforcement can use, but they only will rely upon search warrants where there is no cooperation in an investigation, particularly from a complainant. So as I indicated in my speech and in my responses to a couple of questions, this government is the complainant. They have a duty to ensure they are releasing documents to assist the RCMP in their investigation. So search warrants are a tool, but not required to obtain each and every piece of evidence. As I've also indicated in my speech, if the RCMP receives all the documents unredacted, if there is a concern that there was no judicial authorization, it's called the discoverability rule, Mr. Speaker, as they're reviewing material, if they have a suspicion of some level of criminality, they are legally bound to stop the review, write to a justice for judicial authorization to continue that review, and then potentially lay those charges.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the owner for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the speech that my colleague from Brantford-Brant just gave, and especially the context to which the experience that he brings to this place, and in particular regarding criminal matters. But one of the biggest concerns that I see is this continual erosion of the constitutional principles of the supremacy of Parliament, and how essential it is that this place is able to fulfill that obligation as the supreme adjudicator and lawmaking body of this land. So Mr. Speaker, through you to my colleague from Ontario, I'm wondering if he would have further comments about that concerning trend that we see from these Liberals, especially when it comes to the lengths that they seem to be willing to go to erode those constitutional principles to cover up their scandals and corruption.
The honourable member for Brantford-Brant.
And I thank my colleague for that excellent question. It demonstrates, this is not a one-off, Mr. Speaker, it demonstrates a pattern of unaccountability by this government. As I've indicated, and I didn't even list it, I know some of my colleagues have listed scandal after scandal after scandal and identified the misuse of taxpayer funds. We're talking billions of dollars of misuse of taxpayer funds. There's no question that how this government has conducted itself over the last 9 years has created a deep level of mistrust that Canadians have in the ability that this government is acting always in their best interests. But to my colleague's question, what it does is show a complete disrespect for this particular institution. Our hallmark of democracy literally being mocked on a daily basis for the last 13 days, last sitting days, mocked by this government, defying the will of the majority of parliamentarians and in the face defying the will of the Speaker of the House. But not the first time it's happened. Let's take a look at the Winnipeg Lab scandal. They literally took the House of Commons and the Speaker to court to refuse to release documents. Again, hiding scandal, hiding embarrassment, and I would really love to know which minister, which member they are trying to protect.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate, and this one we'll have to cut off in about 8 minutes. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as always, it is an honor to be able to enter into debate on the important matters that are before this House. And Mr. Speaker, I find it interesting that as we are coming to soon the close of what I believe is the 13th day of debate on what is a question of privilege. Now, for the many Canadians that I know are watching and watching with great concern, when it comes to, they may ask the question, well, what is privilege and why does that matter? It's a word that is used in many different contexts across society, but when it comes to the idea of privilege within Parliament, within our parliamentary tradition, this Westminster system of governance that goes back more than 8 centuries to the Mother Parliament in the United Kingdom, we have these constitutional principles that speak to the idea that members of Parliament have this thing called privilege. And to unpack that just briefly, it speaks to that Parliament and its members, of which a Parliament is made up of. That's why after an election you have a Parliament. We are in the 44th Parliament. The 44th Parliament is made up of 338 MPs. That's what defines what a Parliament is. A government is not the Parliament, but rather a Parliament empowers and gives authority to a government to be able to make decisions. And we've seen this Prime Minister and this government only survive because a majority, which includes the NDP, and often the Bloc Québécois, have given the authority for this government to continue to survive. But it speaks to the idea of privilege and the foundational principle that in our democratic system, it is elected members of Parliament that make up a Parliament which deems that this place and the institutions and the traditions and the constitutional conventions, both written and unwritten, an important aspect that sets our parliamentary democracy apart from, for example, our American counterparts, is these traditions that speak about what our parliamentary system is. And part of what that is, and a key part of why we are having this debate and discussion here today, Mr. Speaker, is because the government finds themselves in conflict with the very constitutional foundation of what our democracy is. So when I first spoke to this motion 13 days ago, Mr. Speaker, I outlined some of the specifics surrounding that and how now I have the opportunity to once again enter into this discussion and to highlight again how important it is that this place be allowed, be empowered, and be respected above all in its ability to call, in this case, for documents. Now, in the aftermath of this privilege motion coming forward, I wrote a news column to share with my constituents what was happening. And it's what is so important about documents. And like the idea of privilege, it is more than just about a stack of documents, Mr. Speaker, that would highlight something about the issue at hand. But it is the ability for Parliament to ensure that it has access to something that it only by its power is able to inform. In fact, I remember there was some controversy a number of years back when it was I believe it was a reporter who said, oh, well, Parliament's coming to, but the government stays. Well, the only reason why the government stays is because Parliament allows it to, the supreme lawmaking authority of the land. The only reason why a Prime Minister can be in office is because Parliament allows that Prime Minister to, and in what we call confidence. And while the Conservative Party, and I'm hopeful, and certainly increasingly Canadians from coast to coast to coast, I don't think that my constituents have ever had confidence in this government and this Prime Minister and this coalition, but certainly increasingly from coast to coast we're hearing how Canadians do not have confidence, but the idea that a Parliament has that ability to have unfettered access to documents, to ensure that in this case, where there is significant alleged criminality, we have a whistleblower that has made the statement, and that it was a sponsorship level type scandal. And we'll look back to the Chrétien and Martin era, where the Gomery Inquirer, and I remember as a young politico, and in fact my then MP Kevin Sorensen sent me the abridged copy of the Gomery Inquiry, where it outlined some of the incredible corruption that was perpetuated by then Prime Minister Jean Chrétien and followed with Prime Minister Paul Martin, and that brought in some of the most significant accountability reforms in our nation's history when Prime Minister Stephen Harper was elected, and with that push to ensure that there was mechanisms. We brought in the Ethics Commissioner and ethics rules for parliamentarians to ensure that there was conflict of interest, of which that Prime Minister has been found guilty of breaking, and many other cabinet ministers. But, Mr. Speaker, it comes back to the very idea that Parliament is the supreme lawmaking authority of the land, and Parliament represents what our democracy is. So before us we have an almost $400 million scandal where conflicts of interests, hand-picked Liberal appointments, where we have quite frankly, it just stinks. It absolutely stinks, and whistleblowers have come forward putting their careers on the line to say, look, this is wrong. They could not in good conscience continue to operate within the context of not letting people know the level of corruption. So, Mr. Speaker, that is why over the last 13 or so days, it is bewildering that we have a government that, despite Parliament and the constitutional conventions that have established this place, and it's more than 8 centuries of history, that those Liberals are so quick to dismiss them to cover up their corruption. Now, Mr. Speaker, it would be very, very straightforward. That government could release these documents. They could do it today. And then this Parliament could get on with its business. But they refuse. And one has to ask the question, why? Now, it seems like each and every day there's a different excuse as to why they won't do it. They say one thing one day, and one cabinet minister stands up and peacocks about something, and then another will stand up and say something else, and it seems like their message is always changing. But Canadians are asking the simple question, why? Why are they unwilling to allow full transparency on this $400 million and the context to which not for MPs to simply peruse these documents, but to give them, the RCMP, unfettered access to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, there we can get answers to the very foundational questions about this scandal and the alleged corruption that was brought forward not by Conservatives, but by whistleblowers in some cases within their own department. And Mr. Speaker, I would conclude my speech today and look forward to being able to pick up, and I have a series of further points that I look forward to expanding a little bit on tomorrow, but I would simply conclude my speech today by saying this. This government has created a circumstance where they have normalized constitutional crises, and that is where we are at today. We've seen it before when they tried to have unfettered taxation ability, which conservatives, because of conservatives pushing back, that was rejected. We see on a regular basis they're willing to throw the Constitution under the bus for their narrow political interests. And Mr. Speaker, it is time for that to end. It is time for accountability. It is time for Parliament and the supremacy that it should enjoy in our democracy to be restored. And Mr. Speaker, when Conservatives are elected, that's what we'll do.
Thank you, honourable member. When we return, he'll have approximately 12 minutes, 11 minutes and 30 seconds to complete his thoughts. À ce moment-ci, conformément à l'article 30.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
The honourable member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think any of us in this place have been extremely frustrated and embarrassed by the lack of accountability of the Liberal government to comply with basic orders of Parliament over the last year. And then to go out into the public and say, oh, you know, Parliament has been ground to a halt because of insert any other reason other than the government's complete unwillingness to adhere to the laws of this place. I just stand here tonight just deeply frustrated. Colleagues in this place have voted to release documents related to a variety of different scandals that this government is related or is involved in. One related to $400 million worth of potential misappropriations related to this green slush fund. But earlier this year, I asked a question about a sitting minister of the Crown being involved in a company that was involved in misappropriations and malfeasance. And even if we dispose of this privilege motion related to the green slush fund that we've been seized with for weeks because the government refuses to turn documents over, we're going to be seized with another privilege motion afterwards related to a sitting minister of the Crown who, like, his business associate said things like, oh, it was autocorrect. It wasn't Randy. It was Spandy. Or so. I can't keep. It's so ridiculous. We're at the point of like preposterousness that like I can't believe I have to rise in this place to ask for clarification when the government should just be handing over documents so that the members of the opposition and frankly even members of the governing party that have a fiduciary obligation to hold the government to account can actually just get on with that business. I've been doing this a hot minute, Mr. Speaker. I've been very blessed by the constituents of the residents of Calgary Nose Hill to be their voice in this place. And to have to stand here and to argue a question about will the sitting minister of the Crown hand over the documents related to his business partner saying, no, it wasn't him, the other Randy, it was somebody with autocorrect who was Spandy. Like I know how ridiculous that sounds, because it is ridiculous. It's preposterous. It's a mockery of Canadian democracy. And anybody who stands up from the government who tries to defend this ridiculousness, like it's embarrassing. It's preposterous. It's a mockery of every Canadian who pays taxes, who votes, who thinks that this place functions. And I can't believe that I'm here having to say, please government, please comply with the privilege motion where you hand over documents or comply with the order of the Auditor General or any other basic function of democracy. Yet here we are on multiple different occasions. And literally we had a business associate of a sitting minister of the Crown who benefited from tax dollars say, oh no, it wasn't this minister of the Crown, it was an autocorrect, it was Spandy, or Like, can the government just give it a rest and hand over the documents so that we can get on with the business of making this place work? Thank you.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, not on one occasion or two occasions. It's now been 3 occasions where the Ethics Commissioner has cleared the minister that the member is actually referring to. So let me go to the bigger picture that she's talking about in terms of what we've been seeing over the last 12 and 13 sitting days, where we have an opposition party that is so outside of reality, that is only focused on its leader and what's in the best interest of the Conservative Party, not what's in the best interest of Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we've witnessed over the last 13 days. As the member tries to say, well, just provide us the documents, what you're really doing is saying, believe our Conservative Reform Party, don't listen to what the RCMP are saying, do what we say. As the leader of the Conservative Party continues to put his thumb up to the RCMP, the Auditor General, the former law clerk, and ultimately others, Mr. Speaker, in a total lack of respect in terms of what it is that we're supposed to be doing inside the House. It is an abuse of power that we're actually seeing from the Conservative leader. And I say that without reservation because that is the truth, Mr. Speaker, whether the member wants to hear it or not. When the member talks about what's taking place now, this is what she's in essence saying the Liberal Party should not be listening to. This is a letter from the Chief Commissioner of the RCMP, and it says, there is a significant risk that the motion could be interpreted as a circumvention of normal investigative processes and charter protections. He's indicating that he does not support the tactic that the Conservative Party of Canada is using. But it's not the only thing that they're putting their thumb up, Mr. Speaker. Here's another report from iPolitics. And this is, again, a reflection on the leadership, or so-called leadership, of the Conservative Party of Canada today. Wesley Wark, who has advised both Liberal and Conservative governments on national security issues, said the Tory leader is knowingly misleading the public by claiming he doesn't need the clearance because his Chief of Staff has received briefings. The leader's idea that it is sufficient for his Chief of Staff to be briefed for him and for his Chief of Staff to share that information with him is complete nonsense. The leader of the Conservative Party has absolutely no respect for this institution, let alone other institutions, whether it's the RCMP or the Auditor General. And not only has he demonstrated that in the last number of months, he also demonstrated that when he was the Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister, Stephen Harper, when that Prime Minister was held in contempt of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. The first and only Prime Minister that has been held in contempt of Parliament. The Conservative Party has a lot to learn in regards to its actions that it has taken. And it's because their sole focus has been on the Conservative Party and their leader as opposed to what's in the best interest of Canadians. Instead of debating substantive legislation, instead of talking about serious issues here in Canada, they want to filibuster their own motion and prevent it from ultimately passing, something which we want to see carried to proc. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
I'd like to draw the member's attention to a name that is going to be seared upon his heart over the next year. The name is Rachel Ponzalan. She is a strong, feisty Filipino woman who is committed to bringing truth and speaking truth to power. I have sat in this place with this member for years, and I will just say this to him. Every moment that he continues to carry the water and the bag of this Prime Minister, his lies, his deceit, his scandal, is a moment that Rachel is knocking on a door in his riding, is going to a Filipino event and saying, time's up for this stuff. So I ask him, is he willing to sacrifice all of his principles and the principles of the people of his riding to continue to support these lies? And if he is, I know for a fact that Rachel will continue to speak truth to power and take his seat.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, one of the things I never ever do is take my constituents for granted. I feel very fortunate that for 10 occasions, the people in particular in the Inkster area have been very supportive of me, and I appreciate that. Having said that, I am not going to be intimidated or blackmailed in any fashion from any Conservative from speaking the actual truth, contrary to the lies that we hear from the leader of the Conservative Party on a daily basis coming out of the leadership, the leader's office, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest to you that there is a way around this. And the way around it is to recognize that what we need to see is the Conservative Party's emphasis shifted to what's in the best interests of Canadians and start allowing the House of Commons once again to deal with legislation and the other important issues that Canadians want to see take place, Mr. Speaker. And I encourage them all to do just that.
Before going to the next speaker, I just want to, we used the word lies twice there, so I just want to make sure we back away from starting a rig on that one. The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
When will Mark Carney disclose his conflicts of interest? That's the question I asked the government about 3 weeks ago. The answer? Well, none. They refused to answer that question and instead accused me of engaging in personal attacks. So, when the advisor to the Liberal Party happens to be the chair of one of the largest asset management and private capital firms in the world, is it really a personal attack to ask when he'll disclose his conflicts? We don't know what all of his business interests are. We don't know what his remuneration is and how much he benefits when the share price of perhaps one of the companies that Brookfield owns rises in reaction to government news. We don't know this, and it's important information. So is the government shielding the advisor to their party's leader from transparency laws when they allow him to function as an advisor to the Prime Minister? Because that's really what he is, Mr. Speaker. This whole business of advisor to the Liberal leader. It's as if they would have us believe that the member for Papineau, who is the Liberal Party leader, well, at least today, and also he is the Prime Minister, is the same person. So this member, this man, Mark Carney, is advisor to the Prime Minister, is advising the Prime Minister without having to have his conflicts of interest declared. So this is not an academic question. We saw just a few weeks ago, we saw that they made an announcement about mortgage insurance ceilings. So this benefits a company, one of Brookfield's companies. Sagen is one of the mortgage insurance providers that exists in Canada. The ceiling going from $1 million to $1.5 million is an enormous business opportunity, and the markets reacted to that. Share prices got a good solid bump that day, Mr. Speaker, when that announcement was made. And so it is relevant to Canadians. Canadians need to know what all the conflicts of interest around this advisor are. And, you know, part of the answer, and I mentioned this in my question, is the premise of the question, and the parliamentary secretary said, well, you know, this is really good news because this is going to increase, this mortgage announcement is going to increase construction and it's going to be good for Canadians. Well, no, Mr. Speaker, we had testimony yesterday at the Finance Committee that the only people that can get the maximum benefit of that increase to mortgage insurance limits are people that earn $350,000 or more per year. Okay? This announcement is good for the mortgage insurance business. It's good for Brookfield, which if we had a conflict of interest disclosure, we'd know just how good it might be for Mark Carney, but they will not do so. So I would ask the parliamentary secretary tonight if she could tell us on what date they will ensure Canadians will have the conflict of interest disclosure on this advisor who advises the leader of the Liberal Party indeed, but the leader of the Liberal Party for now is the Prime Minister. And so we may only be scratching the surface. This advisor has all kinds of other business dealings with governments, not only this government, but other governments around the world. And so it's time for Canadians to know what the conflicts are, what the potential conflicts are, and so that we can get on with separating the interests of what's good for Mark Carney, what's good for the Liberals, what's good for their friends, and what's actually going to be good for Canadians.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let me take this opportunity to talk about what really matters to Canadians. Since 2015, our government has been making important investments to grow the economy, strengthen Canada's social safety net, and support Canadians. We have introduced the Canada Child Benefit, which has lifted hundreds of thousands of children out of poverty. We reinforced the security and dignity of retirement income by strengthening the CPP and increasing old age security for seniors 75 and over. We have made generational investments in $10 a day childcare, including cutting childcare costs by at least half already. And we've introduced the Canada Carbon Rebate to maintain an incentive to reduce pollution while putting more money in the pockets of hard-working Canadians in provinces where the federal fuel charge applies. All of these investments have made life more affordable for Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Mais nous savons que les Canadiens font toujours face à des défis, alors que le coût de la vie demeure élevé. C'est pourquoi le budget de 2024 a introduit des investissements comme le Programme national d'alimentation scolaire qui aidera 4
that will help 400,000 kids to get the healthy food that they need in order to learn and grow. And additionally, the Canada Disability Benefit, which will help to improve the financial situation of 600,000 people with disabilities.
Also why we continue to invest in the dental care plan, under which 2 million Canadians have already been approved to get the dental care that they need from a dentist or hygienist, so that every generation can have a fair shot at receiving the dental care that they deserve while making life cost less. We are also helping to make life cost less through our ambitious housing plan, where we have committed to building more homes faster, increasing housing affordability, growing the community housing sector, and making it easier to rent or buy a home. Our government recently announced a suite of bold reforms to mortgage rules to make mortgages more affordable for Canadians and put home ownership within reach. We are also expanding eligibility for 30-year insured mortgage amortizations to all first-time homebuyers and to buyers of new builds. Monsieur le Président, les Canadiens...
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can count on the government to continue strengthening our safety net while managing the country's finances responsibly.
In fact, for the past 9 months in a row, inflation has been within the Bank of Canada's target range, and inflation fell to 1.6% in September, a 43-month low. Today, the Bank of Canada lowered the interest rate to 3.75%, which is going to help so many Canadians with their mortgage rates, their credit cards, and other borrowing costs. These are powerful economic proof points. They show that Canada's economy is strong and resilient. They show that our economic plan is fiscally responsible. And that is important because it means that we can afford to make the investments and, in turn, make life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Well, Mr. Speaker, she said at the beginning of her remarks, which I'll note that there was no answer to the question. So I asked the question about conflicts of interest disclosure. I asked it before. I didn't get an answer, so we're here in an adjournment proceeding to get the answer that we did not receive in question period. And this parliamentary secretary has again refused to answer a question. And in her response, she began by saying that since 2015, they are there to grow the economy. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me be the one to let this parliamentary secretary know. Per capita, the economy is smaller today than it was in 2015. That's the legacy of this government. They have shrunk the economy. Canadians are poorer now than they were when this government took office 9 years ago. That is the legacy of this government.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, the numbers speak for themselves. I am very proud to be part of a government that has a plan to ensure that everyone gets a fair chance to succeed and build a good middle-class life. Ongoing investments like the ones that I did outline are making life affordable for Canadians. And investments in economic growth and competitiveness are showing results. Canada has the lowest net debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7, and this is recognized by our AAA credit rating. Cela démontre que nos
That just goes to show that our efforts to make life more affordable for Canadians are paying off.
The honourable member for Spadina, Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, we're back this evening to discuss UNRWA and this government's failure to safeguard Canadians' hard-earned taxpayer dollars from funding terrorism. Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, I asked the Prime Minister if he shared his minister's very blind trust in UNRWA, which the Minister of International Development had unbelievably described as one of his, quote, trusted agencies. Mr. Speaker,
I'm going to have to interrupt the honourable member. I know he was on, but there's no headset. We have to be wearing a headset.
Mr. Speaker, I consulted IT in advance. I'm using one of the approved microphones.
Oh, okay. Very good. Okay, we have an approved microphone. Thank you. Back up as far as you need to there.
All right. I wasn't very far in, so I'll start from the beginning. Mr. Speaker, we're back this evening to discuss UNRWA and this government's failure to safeguard Canadians' hard-earned taxpayer dollars from funding terrorism. Mr. Speaker, on October 2nd, I asked the Prime Minister if he shared his minister's very blind trust in UNRWA, which the Minister of International Development had unbelievably described as one of his, quote, trusted agencies. Mr. Speaker, so profound was the minister's trust that he broke his promise to Canadians and reinstated Canada's funding to UNRWA, even before the release of a UN report on its investigation into UNRWA staff being involved in the October 7th terrorist attack. Mr. Speaker, let's be honest here. As expected, whenever the UN investigates itself and examines one of its own agencies, the report had no intention of derailing the global funding gravy train. But the report was not all rainbows and unicorns. Even they had to admit that there was something very wrong with this tainted agency. So let's look at the recommendations. First, the report recommended UNRWA create a centralized neutrality investigations unit. Sounds impressive. Let's have a unit to investigate the neutrality of a UN agency. But if UNRWA was so lily white, why call for the establishment of such a unit? Mr. Speaker, the report also recommended UNRWA update its code of ethics and its staff training and find more ways to screen UNRWA applicants. Again, a bit strange for an innocent UN agency, don't you think? Why do they need to screen better? Could it be that they have been hiring terrorists? Well, unfortunately, that's exactly what has been happening. Mr. Speaker, we learned recently UNRWA is seeking immunity for staff involved in the October 7th terrorist attack on Israel. The agency was even forced to admit one of their employees, an alleged educator killed in Lebanon, was a Hamas leader. What a revelation, Mr. Speaker. It does, however, ridicule the UN's report's findings and its absolution of UNRWA. Mr. Speaker, in my initial question, I asked if the Prime Minister shared his minister's very blind trust of an agency that Canadian taxpayer fund into the millions who just happens to employ terrorists. What a sad charade, Mr. Speaker. With so much smoke swirling around how UNRWA operates, it is unconscionable for Canada to have acted so quickly to restore funding. And we're not talking about a few dollars, Mr. Speaker. In 2022, Canada pledged almost $32 million, making us the 11th biggest donor. And in May of this year, the Minister of International Development doubled down on his terrorist support largesse. The minister announced that Canada will provide $65 million, including $25 million. That's part of Canada's recurring payments to UNRWA. And Mr. Speaker, an additional $40 million would go to UNRWA and to other experienced partners in the region. While we have Canadians hungry and struggling to make ends meet, this government is giving Canadian taxpayer dollars to a terrorist hiring agency. This is completely immoral and unacceptable to Canadians, and this government is failing its duty to safeguard our dollars from funding terrorism. So my question to the parliamentary secretary is the same one that the Prime Minister refused to answer. Does the parliamentary secretary share the Minister of International Development's trust in UNRWA? And if they won't answer that, would the parliamentary secretary agree that Canada should not fund terrorism? Yes or no? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, we continue to unequivocally condemn the brutal terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas on October 7th, 2023. Canada also continues to support Israel's right to defend itself in accordance with international humanitarian law. Les allégations selon lesquelles des
Allegations that UNRWA staff participated in the October 7th attacks were troubling. Following these allegations, UNRWA immediately and proactively dismissed the employees in question and cooperated fully with the investigation initiated by the UN Secretary General. UNRWA has also continued to strengthen its neutrality mechanisms.
March 8, 2024, Canada announced that it would resume funding to UNRWA. This decision was taken in light of the serious and significant reviews underway and the steps that were undertaken by UNRWA to address allegations and reinforce its neutrality mechanisms. Canada had seen the interim report of the investigation being done by United Nations Office of Internal Oversight and was satisfied that there was no significant obstacle to resuming aid, as the named employees were no longer working for the agency. Other donors also came to this conclusion shortly thereafter and resumed funding to UNRWA before the ongoing review and study were finished. When resuming funding, Canada and other donors also considered the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza and the significant need for increased assistance. It is also important to recall here that UNRWA provides up to 60% of all humanitarian assistance in Gaza, and their systems are essential for other partners' delivery of aid. Reports that UNRWA is requesting that its employees be shielded from persecution by evoking their diplomatic immunity are false. These media reports conflate the initial investigation into the alleged participation of UNRWA staff in the October 7th attacks with a lawsuit filed in the United States against UNRWA and some of its senior officials. We are also aware that an UNRWA staff member was reportedly killed in an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon on Monday, September 30th. At the time of his death, the UNRWA employee had been on administrative leave without pay since March, following allegations that he had links to Hamas. The employee denied being a member of Hamas, but was nevertheless being investigated by UNRWA's internal investigation unit at the time of his death. Detractors incorrectly asserted the employee was subsequently reinstated. UNRWA reports that throughout the investigation, the employee denied his affiliation to Hamas. The first time that UNRWA received confirmation of his role in Hamas was on Monday, the 30th of September 2024, when it was confirmed by Hamas. This case underscores UNRWA's diligence in responding to information about alleged activities by staff that are incompatible with their role as UN employees. We also encourage the other UNRWA employees that have been killed in this crisis, acknowledge the other UNRWA employees that have been killed in this crisis, and are concerned about these continuing attacks against UNRWA personnel. Le travail des agences de l'ONU et des acteurs humanitaires.
The work of UN agencies and trusted humanitarian actors in Gaza is fundamental to ensuring that a large number of civilians in need get aid. Canada continues to be a major provider of funding to trusted humanitarian organizations so they can carry out their important work.
The honourable member for Spadina Fort York.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, like the Prime Minister and the Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary believes her talking points and eagerly adopts the ignorance is bliss mantra of this government. This hear no evil, see no evil, speak no evil position will no doubt be reinforced on November 7th with the visit to Toronto by United Nations Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese. Mr. Speaker, Ms. Albanese is known for her open support of Hamas and other terror groups, and she knows her rigged reports and comments are used to justify attacks on Israelis and Jews. In fact, in November 2022, Ms. Albanese participated in an official terrorist conference of Hamas. Mr. Speaker, Section 83 of the Criminal Code of Canada prohibits support for terrorism. So I have two simple questions for the Parliamentary Secretary. Will the Minister of International Development be adding the not-so-special rapporteur to his list of most trusted people? And most importantly, will the government stop Ms. Albanese from bringing her hatred and support for terrorists to Canada? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of International Development.
Mr. Speaker, the rapid and unimpeded access of humanitarian relief for the more than 2 million civilians in Gaza is critical. UNRWA plays a critical role in delivering humanitarian assistance and essential services to Gaza and the West Bank. 123 countries think the same, and they signed on this year to a statement of shared commitments to UNRWA. Canada will continue to work with UNRWA and other donors to ensure they implement the 50 recommendations of the review headed by former French Foreign Minister Catherine Colonna. The review also found that UNRWA had sound governance and stronger neutrality mechanisms than other UN organizations. Canada's assistance is subject to our robust, enhanced due diligence process to ensure that no funding is diverted. We assess UNRWA to be an indispensable partner in aid delivery in Gaza during this dire humanitarian crisis.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.